Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Spar and Brawl. I hope you're having a decent day. As always, I'm joined by my co-host Sam, and we're back with another episode of The Progressive World. So thank you again for joining us. Please make sure to like and, more importantly, consider to subscribe if you're a regular viewer and you haven't subscribed yet. And yeah, we'll hold our part of the bargain by adding timestamps under this video. Okay, so now that all that is out of the way, let me just give a quick rundown. And Sam, please feel free to interrupt me if there's anything you want to add. So we're gonna start with a few small tweets after our chit chat, of course, and then we're gonna move on to Russia, Ukraine, some interesting and funny stuff. There was this very interesting debate on the Hill between the three co-hosts. We're going to cover that. Vijay Prashad went on Katie Halper show. We'll cover that, and then we're also going to turn to the fallout of the war, so its impact on different regions and countries. Once we're done with Ukraine, we're going to move on to some other stories. We're going to talk about Madeleine Albright, of course. In Ethiopia, there's been some kind of truce. So Sam is going to elaborate on that. That's very interesting. I found one news item that's a week old right now to be extremely interesting, and that's Bashar al-Assad going to the UAE and visiting both their president and their vice president. So I found that to be an interesting development. We'll talk about that. And then we'll wrap up with a few more stories. At the end, The Hill had some Democratic strategists, or I don't know if these guys were really strategists. They were something else, but we'll talk about them. An hilarious clip from Jackson's Supreme Court's confirmation hearings is just too funny. And yeah, and how can we forget about this? The Vanguard, especially Zach, went all out kind of on Kyle Kulinski. I mean, he said it's like some tough love. And, I think you agree with a lot of things that they said. It was just perhaps a bit surprising the way that they went for it. But yeah, anything else, Sam, worth mentioning?
No, everything. Yeah, I think you covered it all.
Okay.
Some funny stories at the end.
Yeah, definitely. Anything
Seagulls.
to mention about any of them? Seagulls? Chinese
Seagulls,
mistake.
that's all I have to mention.
Okay, all right. So we'll get to all that. Okay, so yeah, please like and subscribe, timestamps down below. And yeah, Sam, let's start off with our chit chat. So I've been watching Succession, and I was thinking we should be careful how much we talk about it because I don't want to go like 2 hours in, like use all our energy on Succession. So there's definitely Succession, which we can talk about, and I'm sure we're going to come back to it a bunch of times. So we can perhaps put it on a pin in it for right now, and you start with your part of the chit chat, and then we come back to Succession. I think.
No, but first, where are you now? A story.
So now, well, it's still open right here. Season 2, episode 8.
What's happening? I don't. That's
so
like
pretty much
end
this
of season 2.
Yeah, the 3 or 4 episodes. So pretty much they're unable. Yeah, I think they reached a point where that other family has refused to sell them. The
Frankfurts,
the Frasers, the Frosts. No, the Frasers.
It's basically, I think it's like, what is it? Do you think it's like a stand-in, I think, for like Washington Post or something like that, kind of.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know.
Kind of, yeah.
But
I mean, the Succession family themselves, they're supposed to be kind of like Rupert Murdoch, no? Or is it like another family, or
No, well, Murdoch plus Disney, because they have like rights and stuff, and there's that whole big deal about people dying on their rights. That's very Disney. Like famously, these people die on Disney's rights, but they buy off LA newspapers or Florida newspapers and that.
Really?
But but I think Murdoch.
Oh, sorry. By the way, is your microphone up here or down there? Oh,
no,
it was just touching your hand. Yeah, if you can just relocate a bit further up. Thank you for that.
All right.
But so that just happened, and they're dealing. They're dealing with one of those scandals, and they couldn't make they just weren't able to buy. And
Kendall is okay. What's happening?
Well, no, Kendall. I mean, specifically, they're in the UK right now visiting the mom to ask her if they can buy off her shares or something like that, I believe. And yeah, no, Kendall is still completely distraught from, having killed that
Spoilers, obviously.
that kid. Yeah.
Man, it's such a good TV show. I genuinely think it's top 5 ever TV shows I've
Okay,
seen.
good. I'm glad that you said that. We like to get to the meat of things here. So that's where I take a bit of an issue. Is it like, for instance, yesterday when we were talking, I told you, is it at the same level of Boardwalk Empire, a show that I don't love as much as Sopranos, of course, and I never even finished it really, I think. And to me, it just seems like, I just feel like it's of course like a better show than, let's say, like Prison Break or Lost or these kind of dramas. Yeah, of course. But I also don't see it like, being like The Wire, for instance. I had seen season 1 of The Wire, not season 2. And I think, that's also considered as being one of the best shows. Yeah, I don't see it being that amazing. And just there aren't enough interesting things, or there could just be more. There's not enough perhaps social commentary or enough interesting characters.
Okay,
I don't know.
On the social
I don't know why I don't see that. Yeah.
I think I have a theory, which is it's mostly the way it is shot and the way it is written, as in, like, you watch Shakespeare or you watch I mean, even Shakespeare is not really a good example, because at his own time he was kind of writing popular art, but like Sopranos or Boardwalk Empire or The Wire, even The Wire actually is a very overrated, I think, show, to be honest. The Wire is not that good. I mean, it's so like, but the way it's filmed and the way characters talk, and just because sometimes they show some poor kid like doing drugs or something, I'm sorry, but I think it's very much like they play on that tropes. In my view, Succession, social commentary wise, I think it's far more advanced than anything Sopranos.
Not Sopranos, no.
Even Boardwalk Empire, which I love. Sopranos, I'm not a big fan. Again, I know Sopranos is great. It's just my issue with.
No, you're wrong.
This, I don't get this. Yeah, I do accept that. I accept. But like, I do think like content-wise, it's far better, like deeper writing. But because it's written very much like the way real people, I think, talk and real people act. And it doesn't hit the same. There is no great tragic, Roman tragic, Greek tragic character that there is no. Everybody's really real. I think.
And they do. I mean, they do like they do a really good job, I think, to like sticking to the type of character. Like, for instance, the young, really dumb one. He doesn't evolve or
Greg.
change. Yeah. No, not him, not the cousin, the son, the young son.
All right, the pervert.
Yeah, he doesn't evolve or change one bit at all, like throughout the first 2 seasons. So that's good because he doesn't look like someone who would evolve and change. I mean, that. Yeah, for instance, Greg changes. He's a bit interesting. And sorry, one more thing. With the daughter, right? The daughter, at first, they made her seem like, this know-it-all, and like, she's like so smart and stuff. But I like how in season 2, they kind of bring her back down to reality, kind of. So that's like pretty realistic. I like that.
I think there's like usually, I don't know if that's true, but there's usually 2 types of sort of character arc. Sort of one which is like it's an arc, and the other one which is like it's like nobody changes ever. And I think this show is more on the they don't change, sort of. They just keep repeating the same.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Kendall does the same. Exactly. Kendall does the same thing over and over. That was actually criticism of my dad. He was like the same thing like kind of happens, like over and over again.
Yeah, they constantly trying.
And then he's also said, okay, they're exaggerating a bit. Like, he goes to the UK and there's like 10 cars following him and all that. And I was like, well, I guess that's how Murdoch travels and everything. But yeah, I guess he was, yeah. I
don't know. From what I've seen, like, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
It does, yeah, but it's, I mean, season 3 is great. I can't wait for season 4. So.
I see. Anything else? Oh, one thing though, like I mean, I'm not going to take issue with this, but they like ascribe much more power and importance to the media than I feel than you do. So that was funny. When they were talking about that takeover, the daughter comes and says, okay, but if we take over them, where are we gonna actually get the news? So like, people actually need this kind of news because they're like, okay, we accept that, we're covering bullshit, but they're doing a good job. Do we really want to ruin that? So that kind of went against, what you usually say, but I know you're not going to hold that against the show.
I don't think they overemphasize the power that media plays. I think people in power think like they genuinely, like if you're a president and then MSNBC, for example, does a piece on you which is critical, you're gonna lose your shit and you're gonna think, oh my god, this is ridiculous, how dare they. I think that's how they think. So I think in a way it's a representation of that. But he's not just the media guy though. He's like a super rich, he's got hands in every fingers in every pie and all that. So yeah, it's this, I don't know, it brings like the Adam McKay's directing style and sort of writing with some of the best actors like Matthew McFadden.
Yeah, he's really
Brian Cox, James Cromwell, cousin Craig, even like the girl who plays Shiba, like all of them are so good and so dark,
dark. That's literally what I wrote right now, because that was the last thing I wanted to say. There are a few really dark moments. I mean, messed up. One is where he hits his grandson with the can of beans. That was messed up.
That's
then
crazy.
Just an episode or two ago, he backhands the younger son. And then the younger son is like in complete denial the next day. He's like, what? No, the dad is in denial. Sorry. He's like, did I even touch you? Did I even?
Did that make? I think he says, did that make a contact or something?
And a few other messed up things happen to like the son-in-law that I'm not gonna mention.
Oh, son-in-law is, oh my god. But man, he's the best. He's the most like that. I mean, I remember McFadden from like one of the when I was young, I loved this TV show called The Spooks. It was like British 24 or something, it was the British version of like, I don't know, Spooks, like they were spies. And it's just and he was Mr. Darcy in Pride and Prejudice. So his transformation is just unbelievable. And Connor, I love Connor as well. Connor is great. The oldest brother, the crazy brother. The potentially pervert.
The special one. He's like,
he's so good. He's the smartest one in many ways.
Is he though? No, no. I mean, he's actually the most messed up one.
He's basically I mean they're all, but he's basically a sort of pieced out of the competition. Really, he's not like but I mean I find the family dynamics, to be honest, super realistic, and like even like the dramas that are about family relations, I find most of them are not as real as this one. I find this one to be sometimes it's scarily real. It's too like, Jesus Christ. I love it. It's my favorite.
Yeah. I see. I mean, I really like, it was bothering me that I didn't like this show. I was like, this makes no sense that I don't like this show. So
no, I mean,
I made it through season 1, and I give it, a good 7 so far. But like Sopranos, in terms of depicting real things, I find they have more examples, they have more characters, more situations, and in every way
anything in Sopranos is real. I mean, I have the same problem. I have the same, like, I feel so guilty for not liking Sopranos, but I can't believe these people exist or these things happen. Like, what is it? When a couple of young people go to kill somebody else, I can't believe that type of shit happened, like on the streets, not like, I don't get. I find Sopranos very, I don't know.
No, I mean, that's real. That's real life. You haven't seen it.
It's not real life. It's this Succession. I don't know.
All right.
They are both real life. Yeah. But
Okay,
sorry for forcing you to discuss Succession.
No. It's good. So let's keep. Well, I'm sure we'll come back to it. So yeah, how about you take over now a bit?
Well, I had a very busy week in terms of I watched loads. Let's just start with this. I finished Righteous Gemstone season. Was it season 2 or 3? 2. Righteous Gemstones, the latest season. I think you like that too. It's like lowbrow humor Succession, basically. It's about, I think I told you, it's about a family of evangelical Christians.
Oh, okay.
And it's so funny, man. It's there are parallels to Iran as well, because Iran is a religious things, is unbelievable, and it's so good. It's fascinatingly funny.
And it's a comedy. I see.
Yeah, it's far more comedy. Yeah. I mean, it's not just pure comedy, but and it's very, by the way, social commentary wise, it's very socially commentary. Comments a lot on social. I watched I finished The Resident Alien, another comedy that was pretty fun. That's a bit, I don't know if you like that. I don't think that's your cup of tea, but it's still quite funny. Then I watched, I don't know why, but I watched like 5 different animations. I had a big animation week. Man, did you ever watch The Boys? I think I told you about that.
I've seen it. I've seen like parts, but yeah, I mean, maybe an episode or 2, but yeah, not too much into it.
Man, I love that. Below Succession, that's like probably my favorite ongoing TV show right now.
It's been a few years since I've seen any.
The new season is about to come out, and they released the animation called Diabolical. It's I think 9 or 8 animation shorts, and they're all amazing.
Oh wow!
Like each one in a different style. One is in Looney Tunes style. One is in like a Rick and Morty style. One is in a traditional like anime style.
How long are they?
So that 10 minutes, really short, really good. I mean, bloody fantastic. I watched Arcane finally, which a couple of months ago made a lot of noise. I don't know if you heard about that.
No.
Based on animation. Animation based on a video game, but like really got good reviews, good voice cast and stuff. Really pretty good. I mean, it was childish, and it was targeted, I feel, at 12-year-olds. But it was interesting. Good characters, good female characters, interesting, really good animation. The animation style is quite, I think with animation, like, it's not good enough these days to just go realistic. You have to like have a sort of a stylistic thing, and this one had a really good one. I mean, I highly suggest checking it out. And I watched Dragon's Blood, DOTA. I don't know what DOTA is. What Defense of the Ancient? I don't know. And Vox, they're like both animations based on Dungeons and Dragons type things. And man, I really enjoyed them. They were really good.
Yeah, you watched quite a few of these, huh?
Yeah, I can't get this type of shit from movies anymore. All the movies are like, like it's really weird. In movies, you either tend to, with big action movies, you either tend to get good action scenes or with a story. But with animation, it seems they can balance it.
I see.
So yeah, really fun week of animation watching, to be honest.
And what about South Park? You watched some of that as well, I see.
Yeah. Oh, before that, and I watched this one, man. This animation was great. Inside Job, man. It was so funny. It was so funny. Christian Slater and Lizzie Chaplin, and she like voices this character who works in a deep state, and they are supposed to basically every week they have to, like, they're in the, it's all the conspiracies true. Like, there's a lizard man, there's the robot president, there's like all of them are true, but they're trying to keep it hidden from the world and just keep it going. And it's so good, man. It's so funny. There's a talking mushroom, like a psychedelic mushroom type thing. I mean, I loved it. It was so fun. And Christian Slater, man, I love Christian Slater since True Romance. So it was, he was so funny.
Great. But I see, yeah, and I'm checking it right now. Of course, that has nothing to do with the movie Inside Job.
No, not with the documentary Inside Job.
No.
But
Sorry, no. Oh, that was Inside Man. Sorry, I'm confusing anyway. The one with the bank robbery.
Oh, Inside Man was Inside Man. Yeah, with
sorry.
What's his name? The guy who made Malcolm X made it. Spike Lee, not Spike Jonze. Spike Lee. Yeah. And Clive Owen and this is a good segue later on for movie. But yeah, Inside Job, I highly recommend it. I think you'll like it. Everybody will like it. Like that was just too good. Too many good jokes.
Yeah, I know. It sounds interesting.
Really good. And then finished South Park's latest season. I think 6th episode was the latest, was the finale. Really good, man. South Park is goddamn amazing. I mean, their social commentary is just. They did a lot about race this time, and politics as performance, and that thing. Wisecrack, which I think is just my favorite YouTube channel. Basically, they did a great video.
Yeah, I was watching that. Nothing really stood out. What was their main argument they were making, or they were just putting in little bits and pieces of commentary in that video?
I didn't want to rewatch it, but they connected it to the whole ideas that Walter Benjamin talks about with the culture industry and that because basically people of South Park start to weaponize race against each other and in their business and all that. So I forget. Yeah, they connected to Walter Benjamin, David Harvey's writing.
Yeah, true.
And
yeah, I just didn't get an overall argument.
Yeah, you're right. I think the overall argument, I think, was that South Park is arguing that everything is a performance and nothing is genuine in terms of all the people who are trying to bring about they talk about Robin DiAngelo types that try to bring. It's not about that. Was the main argument. I just remembered. Being good in nowadays in this sort of culture, being good is not about changing the world or having a plan to change the world or having a plan to take action. It's about having the good ideas, having the right ideas.
I see.
And for example, that type of thing. So it's not and it's in a way it's a very reactionary sort of times, you could argue.
Got you. I see. Yeah, I mean, South Park, I used to watch it quite a bit, but yeah, a while ago, 15 years ago. I mean, and the one episode I will never forget, and I mean, I learned the word conformist thanks to this episode. But there was this one episode where just calling everyone conformist asshole.
That
was one of the best. And it's so real, and everybody wants to conform. And I guess everybody conforms to a certain extent. And it also has to do with the self-censorship discussion that we've had before, and then we'll have it perhaps later again. A lot of the time people don't want to stand out, and sometimes it's good and sometimes it's it's bad. I mean, don't get me wrong, when you conform to bullshit all the time 24/7, that's of course pisses me off like anybody else. But yeah, they were just going around calling everybody conformist asshole.
Yeah, I mean, you can't you can be too judgmental about people personally, but you can't be too public about it. they'll respond in kind. But no, South Park, I don't know. I never actually liked South Park back in the days when it was in the early days. I found too many fart and sort of poop jokes. But then later on, I sort of season 16 onwards, I remember one of the first episodes I loved was the Inception one. No. They made fun of Inception with the sheeps and all that. It was just so good. And the BP episode with the oil spill in Mexico, that was so good. I remember.
That sounds funny.
I don't know if you remember, but it was so funny. Yeah, we may have accidentally caused the rupture and bring about the end of times with the, Cthulhu, the god of death is here. And it's just, and then the BP guys was just like, I'm sorry. So yeah, I don't know. I never liked Yeah, I even like South Park movie. I don't find it that funny, but
Yeah,
the
I mean, the
latest
South Park
episodes.
movie, was also musical, but it was funny. I mean, that one was all about dunking on
Probably the
Canadians,
best.
right?
It was no, it was about it was about like I think it kind of was about Iraq war and how they
Yeah,
blamed
I
the
really don't
foreign
remember.
country.
Yeah.
It was because like yeah, they blame Canadians for degenerating their culture, and then they start a war, and then you have the whole Saddam being an abusive partner of the devil. Like, so I think it was about the fact that you sort of make a single country or a single target. You're the target of your
I see.
youth. You're the cause of all your sorrows or your vows.
And
So
what
yeah,
about the whole thing of they took our jobs? Was that from also the movie, I think? Do you remember that? They
they
took
took
our
our job.
jobs. It was about, immigrants coming and taking jobs. And I think maybe that's from like one of the episodes then.
I think that's
They
from
just
one of
like
the.
go around
I don't
protesting. They're
remember.
saying, they took our jobs.
They're so good. I mean, even like man, their last three like during Trump years, they had the high school guy becoming president and all that. It like just like Trump, and the whole thing was just so good. I loved it. I love them. It's kind of like it's always funny as well. It's been going on for so long.
Yeah,
It's
that's insane.
almost reassuring to have them that okay, something makes sense still in this. God.
But I think in recent years, I've definitely watched and been more into Family Guy. But I mean, yeah, it's a bit of a
Really?
different
I gave
show.
up on
Yeah.
Family Guy about 5 years
Oh
ago.
no, I'm not
I'm
saying that like, I'm watching it or following it,
no,
but
no, I know,
I
I know.
definitely see
It's
it more.
easier
And
to
also
watch.
sometimes it pops up on TV, like, if I ever flick through the channels. Whereas South Park, yeah, you don't see it on TV anymore.
South Park, you have to, yeah,
Yeah.
because it's not really American Dad. I slightly even prefer to Family Guy. I
Yeah,
found
so you
that
never
one a
liked
bit.
Family Guy too much?
It's okay, but American Dad, I found no, I liked it in the beginning, but then it became very repetitive
Mm-hmm.
and all that. But American Dad, I liked it a bit more because the guy was in CIA, and
Mm-hmm.
I loved his boss, Patrick Stewart. It was so funny always, and it felt a bit more, less reverential. I don't know.
I see.
But now moving from TV
Yeah,
shows
what
and
else?
animations and all that, I watched two movies. The Empty Man horror movie, which was it had such a good idea in my view and such a good plot, but it was so overlong and
Mm.
so I don't understand this. This is like Hereditary was like that, and Midsummer. These movies that have great horror ideas and can be, and they I don't and everybody loves them, but the critics, oh, the slowness of the scene built up the tension. It for me it's just fucking boring. So it was okay. The story and stuff is really interesting, original, but goddamn boring. And then I watched, man, last night. Jesus Christ. Macbeth, the tragedy of Macbeth,
Mm.
the recent, if I think one of the Coen brothers, I forget which one, made it, not Coen brothers. Denzel Washington plays Macbeth, and man, best Macbeth adaptation I've seen. It was so good. Like Denzel Washington is the best. Denzel Washington's
Yeah,
Macbeth was the best, yeah,
I see.
in
No, I
my
haven't
view.
seen any of them. Or have I even read the book? I mean, I feel like I've read the book, but
I,
in
yeah,
school.
I don't know. I don't know if I've read Macbeth or I've just seen it. But anyway, it's man, this is like if you like I've seen this between all the Macbeth ones, this is definitely even there was one recently with what's his name? Michael Fassbender and
Mm-hmm.
Marion Cotillard. And this is more fun, definitely more fun. And then Zelman, I've never, I was, to be honest, Macbeth is a bit like, I never understood why Macbeth is so like, I think there are other plays of Shakespeare that are kind of better and more fun. It's really boring, but yeah, but this they may. I love this one. This is this really good. Denzel Washington as Macbeth. I think maybe the reason I generally don't like theater that much, but in this one they do close shots,
Mm-hmm.
and usually whenever you do a theatrical adaptation, they try to do wide shots where the actors can do a long. But Coen Brothers they do close shots of you close-ups and stuff, and it's more cinematic, and the acting it's just so good. Like yeah, Denzel Washington is just too good, man.
Sounds pretty good. I mean, I agree with you there. Sounds It's a bit tempting, but I'm not sure if
Yeah,
I'll enjoy it.
It's definitely the most fun I had watching Macbeth. Like compared to other versions, this is the least boring. Denzel's way of acting just makes the whole thing so much more intense and fun. It's just so good. There's a scene famously where Macbeth has hallucinations, and it's so good. It's so good with him. I mean, yeah, fantastic.
Nice stuff. Nice stuff.
So yeah, I thought I mentioned that too. Well, very busy cultural.
Yeah, I can see. You had a good week,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, and yeah, so ending it, I also started a couple of books.
Yeah.
2 books, to be honest. 1984. I started rereading it because of Matt Taibbi just going on about it constantly. And man, I realized something, a confession I have to make. Do you remember we talked about 1984 and the fact that there are glass houses and they can see inside?
Yeah,
and
you
all
told
that?
me that. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's not true.
I was wrong.
Okay.
No, that's from V. That's from V, another novel with very similar story by Yevgeny Zamyatin, and it's from 1920. So it's actually, there's a good chance I think it's influenced. I think it definitely influenced. What's his name? George Orwell in writing 1984. So that was from that, and they have very similar stories. So sorry for mixing those, like spreading misinformation. Sorry about that.
But yeah, anything good that you got out of this time, or you enjoyed it more? I said before, when I read the book, I read it, and then some of the parts that were like, less on social commentary, and they were like kind of on the relation between the two main characters and stuff, I kind of lost interest, and then I stopped reading. But as I've confessed a bunch of times, I don't really read too much fiction. But yeah, so what did you make of it the second time that you read it, or now that you started reading it again?
I just started. I haven't still gotten to Julia and all that yet. O'Brien, I think. But look, I mean, I still don't get what Matt Taibbi is saying about, for example, like George Orwell was right or George Orwell was, correct about his. I don't see any. I find his novel to be like it's. I mean, I was
like, which aspects is Matt Taibbi really saying? Like, because
I don't know. I watched his interview on Breaking Points, but I need to watch his shows on Colin. I think he talks about them. I haven't listened to them properly. But yeah, I think they took surveillance, the idea that, for example, the history is rewritten. But I mean, this is, by the way, not me saying it. It's always Brave New World by Aldous Huxley is always juxtapositioned with 1984. And I think both novels are extremely, I don't like them, to be honest, either one, because they're too extreme in their, like, I understand you're trying to make a point and it's a parable and it's not. And I guess that my problem is that these are not great storybooks. They are great parables. And I don't really, like, everything is too extreme, like the idea of Big Brother and the idea of a enemy of Big Brother. Both of them are these extremes of this thing. Like, I'm just like, he was just this, one of the things I just read was he had to do his morning the exercises they have to do every day. Like there's they don't have glass houses. They don't live in glass houses. They have tele screens that they communicate with the state through, and like it's just like this idea that they're gonna be in our home and they're gonna tell us to do exercise in the morning, wake up at like, yeah, I get it. It's interesting parable, but you could make that interesting parable in 3 pages. You don't have to write it like 1984 is pretty short, but
yeah, I think, that's probably why I stopped reading it, because once I got those few pieces out of it, which are kind of what interest me, then just like a fiction book. I really like the ideas that it's talking about, and it's fine for me if you take it further than it really is in reality. But and you can find in different contexts similarities and all this. But yeah, is it even like, is it that unique that this book makes this point or something? You see this. You see this kind of thing in a lot of movies and different kind of shows and books
You
for a
gotta give
long
it.
time, but yeah, I mean, this is
No,
not a good one, I
look.
guess.
I guess the time he was making it wasn't as pervasive. Like we are living
But
in a
it's
world where
not that
1980.
old, no?
It's from 60s, right? Or 80s. I think it's from 60s. I'm not sure, but yeah, whatever. It's but like, come on, like
1949.
Oh wow, so earlier than I thought. No, it's definitely, I would say, especially post World War II, especially post maybe 80s onwards. Like we've been exposed to much more dystopian art in terms of movies, TV shows, books that have been influenced by 1984 and others. So I give him that the novelty may have been lost due to the aspect, but again, like yes, but even like like it's from 1920s, same plot. Brave New World is it's the opposite plot really, but and there is nothing I find interesting about his writing style or his plot. That's the problem, like it's not like oh, you're wondering, okay, the opposition, okay, how they gonna maneuver through this. I don't. I don't know. Maybe again, this is like with Sopranos, our problem or my problem. I generally think I don't think humanity ever makes progress. Like, okay, technology-wise, we make progress, but not in terms of not really becoming better or more reasonable or anything. But art, I think, does. No, I think we don't. But art generally, I think, does. And like I just also started this book that I've been meaning to start for a couple of years, Three Body Problem, which is a sci-fi book that is sort of written by a Chinese novelist and is set in past, present, and future. And that one is also actually clearly, I mean, I think there is, you can make comparisons with 1984. It talks about it's also very highly critical of a communist state. It talks about the Red Guards during Chinese Cultural Revolution and all that. And it's so much better. It's so much better. And it reminds me of reading George R.R. Martin and comparing that to Lord of the Rings. And man, Lord of the Rings compared to Game of Thrones is crap.
Yeah,
it's nothing. It's I mean, it's like, oh, the good guys were white and they sang songs, and the bad guys were. It's like reading, medieval fucking stories. And with 1984, that's how I feel. It's like it's such a pathetically, oh, the bad guys said you should do this, and the good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm being very harsh, but I'm not enjoying it at all.
So. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't come to its defense because I never read the book fully. So I mean,
Oh, you never finished it even?
1984?
Yeah.
No, I mean, like I said, I mean, I got those few like anecdotal and those kind of interesting things that got my attention, and then I was reading it.
No, but the ending.
Yeah, and then it was this part where the male and female character, it was just kind of about them and stuff, and I was like, and that's it for me. It's not a movie because reading books take time, like to finish that book would have taken, I don't know how many more hours, so yeah. If it was like a movie, I would fine.
Not that long
let's get it over. But if not with a book, I'd rather read something nonfiction, which I find far more interesting.
No.
Yeah, I've never seen the movie either. Yeah, I've never seen I didn't know there was a movie.
John Hurt. Yeah, it's pretty good. I from what I remember, but I love John Hurt.
And it was made in 1984.
Yeah, it's I think it's worth finishing just because the story does have a point. I think the story is not even bad.
Sure, it does. I'm not saying it does. I'm just someone who doesn't read fiction.
I think there is something. It's not just about double think and surveillance and all that. There is I think what happens to the character in the end is quite.
I'm sure.
Do you want me to spoil it? Should I? Everybody knows it. Should
I would get that enjoyment from the movie. It's just the book. I'll be like, but yeah, please do.
All right. Should I? Oh, you don't.
I mean, I was actually thinking of watching the movie maybe at some point. Wow. Like the movie, I could watch it, but you can spoil it. I mean, I don't think it would change much.
Well, they did you get to the point where you find the?
I have no idea which point. It was like 5 or 6 years ago. I think I read like a third of it.
I think that you.
But
anyway,
yeah, I don't recall anything like that. Yeah, go ahead.
He meets this guy O'Brien, who sort of says that, he may like. It seems like O'Brien has also anti-estate tendencies, and he sort of confines in him somewhat. And then that O'Brien guy gives him the book by the guy who's the main opposition. That's every day they have to like swear at for 2 minutes. I don't know. Yeah. So, and then he reads the book, and then with the Julia, I think, or whatever her name is, they go into O'Brien's house. They declare their love, and all that. And but at the end, it turned out O'Brien was actually working for the thought police. It was and the whole potentially the whole rebellion is basically a front, potentially, maybe not, maybe they're just abusing the system, and they basically keep torturing the main character, Winston, and then finally they torture him with the worst thing like he fears, which is rats. And they threaten to put him in a cage with live hungry rats, in that like he's basically finally breaks down completely, and he says that put Julia in, don't put me in, just put the love of his, he sells out the love of his life, and then so that's that. And then after, at the end, he gets out. I think after they meet, I don't remember, I think they meet again with Julia at some point, but at that point he's completely brainwashed and he's completely subdued.
So that's interesting. So wait, two things happen. One was that it kind of showed that torture works. I'm joking. Anyway, let's put that aside. The second one is, but okay, so the main character completely betrays. Is that the main character who betrays the love of his life? Okay.
And she, from what I remember,
so he gets brainwashed towards the end.
She does the same to him through torture. Yeah.
Oh, through torture. Oh wow. So this is really a pro-torture movie.
Orwell. Everybody missed the point of the book. The main point of the book was that government should utilize torture in their efforts. People have misread this book. Can your original take on it?
I cracked the case from second.
Orwell was pro-torture. He was basically, like Dick Cheney of his time. Enhanced interrogation.
Full transparency though, and I really haven't looked into Orwell much whatsoever except his Wikipedia page. But there's also like that thing where he writes a letter saying who and who shouldn't be part of some kind of government or body.
Blacklist.
And that also left a bad taste in my mouth. But I just read that in passing, once.
I'm not a fan of. I think Orwell, in many ways, it was ahead of his time in a sense that he represents, I think, what the left became 1960s onwards. He was extremely inward looking, in my view, conservative, really, in his tendencies, simple-minded, right? I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just one of the greatest British authors of all. You're fucking idiot. But yeah, he was ahead of his time because he was so disgusted by the horrors of the communism and Stalinism, really Stalinism. And fair enough, by the way, like I would, I'm sure. Yeah, he was so horrified by that, while at the same time being horrified of imperialism. He was a police officer in Burma, if I'm not mistaken, or India. Maybe it was India. I don't know. But he was horrified by any kinds. He's the typical person who says that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts. He's the type of person who is suspicious of all kinds of structures, all kinds of powers, all kinds of authority. And I think that's why that blacklist had people like E.H. Carr on it, who was a sort of left-wing historian. So I'm not a fan of his writing. It's extremely, and by the way, this is not even me saying it. His writing is like people admit that his writing is simplistic and just shit. I mean, it's just sloppy. And
I mean, I remember when I was reading it was really easy to read and just jump. But I thought that's just like fiction. They're like that kind of.
No, fuck you. Fuck you for undermining. No, it's and then they even fucking J.R.R. Tolkien had some fucking ups and downs and eps and it wasn't like it's just so goddamn boring. His writing, his tone, it's all preaching. It's all and in this word it's bad, isn't it? Don't you think it's bad in a word? It's all fucking preaching. It's sorry.
And what about
I don't
his
know why
other book, the Animal Farm one or something? Have you read that one?
Yes, couple of. I read Animal Farm when I prefer.
I haven't
Animal
read that
Farm.
one at all. What's
prefer,
it about?
Oh, it's about farm and their animal. It's about the Russian Revolution, really. There is, It's about these. It's a farm, and then the pigs and other animals have a revolution against their owners and farmers. But then over time, the pigs representing different pigs representing Stalin, Trotsky, and Lenin. Like Lenin dies, I think, halfway through there's a great cartoon based on it. I remember the cartoon more than the book, but and then it's about how the Russian Revolution became corrupted, and that one is more fun, I suppose. Maybe because it's animals. It's just got a more parable feel to it, and more surreal. I mean, it's just I don't know why I don't like 1984 at all. I really don't. I love, by the way, Matt Taibbi, but I just don't like this.
Okay, all right. Let's keep this moving. Anything else to mention, discuss in the chit chat during the chit chat?
No, I feel no. Oh, I don't know if I should. I kind of wanted to make this confession that I realized this week. You're gonna hate me, everybody's gonna hate me, but I think my favorite band may be Imagine Dragons. Have you heard of it? They are so shit, apparently.
I've heard of them. No, but listen, I mean, I'm not gonna judge you because who am I? I barely listen to music and stuff. But
oh, really?
Okay, I mean, I don't love them. I think like one or two of their songs in the beginning was okay. Then it just became too much of the same kind. And I mean, I'm not surprised they call it shitty because they're an extremely mainstream band. So whenever people either love the mainstream band or they will point out how they're not the best musicians. That's typically like two ways that these conversations go, typically. So I don't think you should be too ashamed of it. I mean,
Thank you. It's you and me, guys. So, but this feels like 2010s. I also really like Mumford and Sons, and all my I was so many of my friends basically stopped answering my phone calls.
I mean, I don't listen to them at all, anymore. Although I used to be into that kind of music. Still am. Yeah, I mean, them too, right? It was fun, one or two songs, but then over and over and over again, the same thing with their look and shit. Yeah, but that's all bands, I guess. So
No, but Imagine Dragons. I would say they had the Arcane TV show I told you about. The song on the opening was theirs. That was good. And one of their songs was on the season 3 trailer of The Boys. And both songs, I find even the poetry is really good. I don't get why are they considered so shit, but I really love them.
I mean, I don't think everybody thinks they're shit, but yeah.
I mean, of course they're pop, so obviously they're more popular than not. But all the if I assume somebody if somebody has the same level of attention that I pay to movies, they pay to music, they would consider what I'm saying is equivalent of saying I like I don't know, I like the air, but
No, I think you're making a good comparison, exactly. But I mean, and last thing for me, speaking of music and all this, I quite like the music in Succession with the piano and stuff. It's so really awesome.
That's won awards and shit. That's
and what about the intro? Do you like the intro? I mean, at first when I wasn't too much into it, I would skip it, but now when I'm more into it, I kind of watch it and take it. I like it. I like it. I like it in general.
I tend to I try to not watch it for 3 weeks. Try to wait for 3 episodes or 4 episodes, especially in the end. So first time I watch it, I watch the intro, but then I skip it because I'm binging. So
yeah, that's true. But let me tell you one thing though. Sopranos. If I ever met the people who made that show, I'll be like, listen, I love it, everything, but the theme song.
Everybody says that.
What bothers me the most is like, it's not the kind of music that Tony listens to, because throughout the show, they develop the kind of music that he listens to, which are like 70s kind of rock. You know, he loves those and he sings those. And this one is like totally out of nowhere. And it even ruins him going around Jersey and stuff. I like that part though. They show different scenes of Jersey and shit, and he's smoking his cigar. That's something he always does. So all that is fine, but the music is completely random. It doesn't go with Tony's taste or the kind of songs that feature in the movie.
Every person who I watched like a YouTube commentary analysis of Sopranos, they're all like, we love the show, we love the creators, the acting, everything, but the music, what's with the goddamn? Yeah. It's just, everybody hates that.
I mean, yeah. It's not even, like I said, it's not even that I just don't like it. It doesn't even go with the show. That's my biggest issue.
Agree. Yeah. I mean, it reminds me a bit of The Wire's song.
Exactly, but this is not The Wire.
Yeah. It's not.
It reminds me of this.
But I must say though, now you mentioned New Jersey, and I just clicked that Sopranos is taking place mostly in New Jersey.
It is full in New Jersey. I mean,
and to me, New Jersey, I swear to God, like fucking Shire from Lord of the Rings looks like a more realistic place than New Jersey. I can't believe this place exists. These people, like with the jackets, who wears that jackets or those shirts? Who?
But they're the mafia. Sam.
No, what? Okay.
That's what they do.
Like a single color shirt. Wear a single color. Oh my God. It's just I can't believe that place. It's kind of like Florida. It's almost near mythical place.
I think Florida would be like. I think if you go to New Jersey, you won't be too surprised. But based on what I've heard,
in reality,
if you go to Florida, you will be shocked in many ways, left and right. Based on what I've heard.
It's so funny. In the Inside Job cartoon, there's one bit where the robot is like, he's trying to. He becomes a super American patriot. There's this robot, and he's like, yeah, America must become great and stuff. And then she's the main character, is like, okay, let's give him like a couple of seconds online. And they give him a couple of seconds online, and he comes back and he's like, oh my God, this is awful. Florida alone. Oh my God. It's like Florida is like the pinnacle of everything that is corrupt. Oh my God, Florida.
That's Florida for you, but a lot of people love that place, and it's also insanely expensive and all that as well.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought it's insanely cheap. That's why they love it, because.
But maybe it has to do with the different areas. Yeah, maybe.
All right.
The different areas. Yeah, and older people. I mean, New York is expensive too. But I think there's so many communities. It's hard to generalize. Yeah, there's like the older people who go from different places.
Jewish,
there's rich
Cuban
people. There's the Cubans. There's other Latinos. There's like everything.
My first introduction to Florida was Seinfeld's parents moving there.
That's just the best. The Boca Vista. And then the dad is like, he's in charge. He's like the president.
He's the Nixon. He does the whole Nixon thing. Yeah.
Then he gets impeached. No, some of those episodes where they go there is really funny, and there's also the other guy who's like his enemy there, who has like the pen that you can write upside down, and he gives it to Jerry, and then Jerry's mom's like, why did you accept this pen? He gets a Cadillac. They have to like return the Cadillac. Anyway, all right, should we get the real party started?
Yeah, I think it's enough cultural talk.
All right, Sam, let's switch things around a bit than we usually do, and let's just start off with a few tweets, and then we'll move on to the rest. So please like and subscribe if you haven't. So the first tweet, Sam, I mean, I just wanted to see if you had anything to say a little bit about this whole, like, the way they talk about chemical weapons and stuff. It's really interesting. So let me read the tweet. So someone had written that Scott Ritter, I mean, we know who that is, right?
That's the guy who was on Grey Zone the other night. He's a former UN weapons inspector before Iraq invasion in 1990s.
So Biden has assembled a tiger team to think through responses to a Russian chemical attack in Ukraine that exists only in the minds of politicized intelligence analysts here in America. And people wonder about it. And Lee Camp just wrote, as former UN weapons inspector Scott Ritter saying below, there's no chemical weapons attack. It's the exact same playbook the US used in Syria that 4 OPCW whistleblowers have revealed. Create red line of chemical attack, then say there's been a chemical attack. Yeah, I mean, this chemical attack, it's just so similar to like the way they would do it before. If chemical attack or non-chemical attack, if really you need to attack a country, die. I don't feel like, maybe you need to, regardless if there's a chemical attack or not. I understand that it's perhaps more horrible than other ways of killing people and all this.
Like if they stab you to death, it's much more fun.
Yeah. Then they say the ridiculous things about Hitler and all that, I'm not even gonna get into that stuff where they say
that's ridiculous.
He didn't even
I think it's worse than what Lee Camp even says, that there is the problem is, even if there is a chemical attack, who's gonna believe them now? At this point anybody can do anything and call it propaganda, because when it's really funny, when you look at the origins of World War I and to a much lesser extent World War II, it's this idea that over time, during the 50 years before World War I, the powerful nations, most Britain being one of them, themselves, France, another one, they broke international rules themselves. They broke international rules to the point that whatever rules that was established in terms of balance of power and all that, that it didn't mean anything. And now we're in the same place. The fact is that the last 30 years, it's just nobody believes anything anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't put it beyond Russians to use chemical weapons, just like Americans used chemical weapons in Iraq. I was shocked back then. But nowadays, I'm not shocked by anything. Nobody is. And nobody believes anybody. How can they? So,
yeah, really that's one thing, and I agree with you there. But even for me, the other one is that the fact that if Russians were doing a million other things that you're not gonna attack, but it's the chemical one that really takes it to this other level, and it seems like people kind of agree with that, because they've kept on trying to use this tactic. But
chemical weapons and nuclear weapons, and biological weapons to an extent, the thing about them is that they tend, the reason the liberals give, I'm just not a big fan of just war theory and all that. I think it's all, if there is a war, it's basically suspension of all laws and reason. But their justification they give is that those weapons are pretty much, they're designed to hit population centers and kill indiscriminately. They are not designed to, you can't target a biological weapon towards a military personnel. Rather, I think that's I don't know.
I guess maybe you could, but then also the other ones, as we know, in theory, they're supposed to be much more targeted, like for instance, drones. But they end up not being as targeted. But it's just so similar to Syria, though. That part is so true. That's where you kept on hearing it, at least, based on the past 10-12 years that I've been following stuff. The next tweet by Ilhan Omar, it was just interesting to see, someone from US Congress and tweeting about Ethiopia. Will the truce mean the Ethiopian federal government will allow the resumption of economic activity like banking, telecommunications, and electricity in Tigray? Will the government allow aid through Ammar in addition to Afar? What about Western Tigray? So I was just impressed with Ilhan Omar seemingly decent knowledge on this situation and what's going on. I don't know if you have anything to add. We're going to talk about this Ethiopia in a bit, but
look,
much better than those Bernie Sanders tweets that we see, and Nina Turner. Man, I think we can make a segment on Nina Turner and Bernie Sanders outdoing themselves with the simplest tweets out there. I enjoyed
stating
this.
the obvious. Politicians, you can't trust them.
Yeah.
corporations, they are in it for the money.
But we're not. I'm not joking. And Nina Turner and Bernie Sanders. That's all their tweets are like this. Come on, evolve. So, as the Vanguard were telling Kyle, evolve a bit.
Even beyond, what the like? Did you guys know that military-industrial complex benefits from wars? Oh my God!
Yeah,
but yeah, so, no, I mean, this whole Ethiopian war, there is not much material on it, but there are a lot of people saying that American government is trying to the gray zone people, that's their argument, that the American government is trying to undermine the central government of Ethiopia. So yeah, it's interesting that she's focused on Tigray.
Yeah,
whatever.
But yeah, it's good stuff, I would say. Overall, we'll come back to it. Okay, this
relatively.
All right, Sam, tell me about this next tweet. I don't how to move 1,000 people. Only places with seemingly unlimited space come up with the idea of building car-reliant megacities. Sooner or later, such systems will crash, or should I say, come to a standstill. Building rail infrastructure into an existing car-based city is very expensive. But yeah, the main point that is just trying to make is that how many cars and how many buses it would take to move 1,000 people around. And yeah, just one train with 4 segments with 4 cars can carry 1,000 people.
No, okay, but I don't is he saying that's a good thing or a bad thing? I don't understand this.
Yeah, that part, I'm more into the graphic. I'm also confused with it, but yeah.
All right.
And my point is just that, it's funny because, you think that with advancements of technologies, there's always a newer and better way of doing things. But some of these older forms of transportation, such as bicycles and such as trains, really have stood the test of time. If you ask me, I know it's
trains have.
Yeah,
I don't think trains have really.
I think the investment hasn't been made in them, but they still, wherever they are, they still prove, how good and reliant and efficient they are.
They are reliable and efficient, but they're not that environmentally friendly. They cause extreme damage to the environmental surrounding them. So, okay, they don't do CO2 as much as cars, but you have to basically destroy the whole landscape.
But you also do the same thing for cars and stuff. So, I don't see...
No, but airplanes are so much more... Like, if, for example, if you have 2 cities, one in north of Iran, one in south of Iran, it makes so much more sense to build 2 airports rather than just destroy miles and miles of nature with a rail line. So I don't know. I'm not a big fan of rail industry.
There's definitely that, but I don't know if that is worse than the emissions. You have to look and compare if that is worse than the emissions that are caused because of
depends on the plane and depends on the train.
Yeah, and the destruction of the landscape, it is miles and miles long, but perhaps it's not as I've heard you say that before, but I don't know compared to other things how much worse it is compared to alternatives or other things that we do with nature.
I think cars are definitely worse because they both need roads and they are constantly
and listen, everything has their own efficiency and their own setbacks and benefits. I just find that
I would differentiate between I am very much up for improving the existing rail infrastructure and upgrading trains to not using carbon but I'm just not a big fan of making new railways instead of, and I never understand why everybody hates airplanes this much and are okay with airplanes and all the other fucking shitty transportation systems. Ships are fucking, they make so much noise and pollutions that animals commit suicide.
No, they all have their, none of them, have no downfalls or anything like that. But trains also can be used by much more people. It's typically cheaper, far cheaper, depending. So it has all these advantages. I don't think, in India they have a lot of trains.
No, but I'm guessing is a political choice
with airplane. No, cheaper for the people.
No, that's a
Yeah,
political
because
choice of the government if they
they're
subsidize air
subsidized to an
travel.
extent.
No,
I
if
mean,
they
no
put
subsidized
this
train, you mean?
Yeah, but no. If they subsidize air travel, like they
Yeah.
subsidize trains and railways, then there wouldn't be, it would be as cheap.
Yeah, if it were possible, man. Like, you know, like we said, like only like 10 to 15% of the population in any given year takes, you know, an airplane. So
travel.
yeah, if it was, but yeah, no, and they all have their
Sorry for
ups and
distracting
downs.
from.
No, not at all, not at all.
But what's this? What can you pronounce the guy's family name?
Oh, I don't know. Simon Kustenmacher.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I'm not being weird in Kusten.
Yeah, I don't know who he is.
It's interesting guy.
But yeah, let's keep on moving. Okay, the next slide, I think the next tweet is more interesting even. George Monbiot wrote, I now get my oat milk delivered by the milk float in glass bottles. Okay, congrats if that's something you're into. No cows were kicked in producing it. And its environmental impact is much smaller than dairies. So once again, let's forget about his tweet really. And I just wanted to highlight the different emissions, land use, and water associated with different kinds of milk. And oat milk, which is my personal favorite, I see ranks second to last in terms of emission, land use, and its water is much less than almond and rice milk. So that's good. But people use these too much.
What is milk float? I don't get it. Delivered?
I guess like, you know how like back in the day they would come and deliver milk to your house? Maybe that's what the system is called. Maybe that's what it's called. Right. I mean.
Oh, sorry. So okay.
Yeah.
And so he's saying oat milk is. Yeah, but I'm sorry, but okay. So what? Like, as in people should adopt this?
Yeah, they're just highlighting, you know, the environmental impact. How
sure, but I mean,
of dairy milk compared to other substitutes.
Okay, but I just don't think this is like the idea trying to change the behavior of people is a good way of fighting climate change. So,
but yeah, if people though, you're right. I mean, like we've talked about, you know, it has to come from government level, you know, if it's going to have that kind of impact. But no, I mean, just for you to know yourself, you know,
all right,
what the difference is. But I mean, I would add,
never had the oat milk, by the way.
Yeah, it's the only one, if you ask me, that actually tastes good. Because I don't like soy milk, I don't like rice milk, I don't like almond milk. But I don't really use any of them because, you know,
I don't like milk, to be honest.
Yeah. So, no, you know, milk is funny. People really come to milk's defense. I think we've talked about this. But then when you grill them, they don't really use milk themselves anymore once they become adults. Maybe they put a little bit in their like tea or coffee. But, you know, you don't see that many adults walking around drinking glasses of milk, you know, at least I haven't.
Well, no, not glasses of milk, but my dad and cereals and milk have a long-standing
relation. Just put a little bit of cereal, yeah.
And my mom and oat milk, you know, they should, you know, so, you know, there is a long, I don't know. Well, I hate milk in general, I never liked it. And it's not even that healthy from what I understand.
Yeah, so that's my understanding as well. No, when I was a kid, I used to like it. I mean, you know, I drank it so much that I actually used to find it like refreshing. And like, for instance, if I'm really thirsty, a glass of milk, I would prefer a glass of milk than like Coke or something. That wouldn't do anything.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. No, I hate milk. I like Duke. I love Duke.
Yeah,
which is Iranian salt.
I'll bring you the emissions and land use of milk-based duel with.
Okay, for fuck's sake.
If you use this one that's made from cockroach leftovers,
milk of a special kind of bird known as a crow.
Okay, and last tweet, just to leave us in a good mood. I don't know what it is, man. David Sir wrote my view right now, so it's just of California. I've never been to California, but like through the picture, you get like some kind of enjoyment and relaxation. Like, I know that California is really hot, but I feel like the hot weather there would be nice. I don't know. In my head, I really romanticize California. I feel like if I lived in California, I'd be a different person and do all kinds of things I don't like. I'm like, you know, if I lived in California, I would really go around and, you know, walk and go for hikes, maybe skateboard on the street, go to a restaurant. I know none of those will happen. I would just sit at home. I don't know, something about California. Maybe it's all these shows.
Stop. Stop
I
saying
don't know.
California. Stop saying California. It just keeps reminding me of OC.
Yeah,
California. California.
Maybe it's that, man. I don't know.
I think OC fucked us. Yeah. No,
I don't know if you get that kind of vibe from California. Like, there's a reason why this picture is good. I don't know. If you take this anywhere else, it wouldn't make sense. But I don't know.
I know. I've never. I'm more. I've always fantasized about like living in places like London or like Glasgow, somewhere where it rains and it's dark. It's black and white, basically. It's so Hollywood. Like this picture kind of reminds me of the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood with the 60s. But yeah, I guess David Sorrells is just showing off now. I love this guy, by the way. So yeah, good for him. Yeah. But they just changed the name of their thing as well. Finally, their daily poster, the newsletter he emails.
Oh, okay.
People.
Yeah, I don't have that.
He changed the name to the Lever.
Oh, I see. Okay. Very nice. Yeah. All right. That's it with my.
Sorry for the anti-California. I love to visit California. I would love to. When I was a kid, I wanted to go to San Diego to Comic-Con, but then it became so lame. Like suddenly within, like in 2000, like it was peaking for a couple of years. It was so good. It was so edgy, so cool and all that. And then suddenly it just became shit.
Yeah.
Like, really. So
I see. Yeah, not too much into it, but
at
one point it was so
Chinese theater.
Oh, Chinese theater? What's that?
It's a famous cinema in LA.
Oh, okay. I see.
I think it's very famous. Like,
I see. But yeah, you mentioned Comic-Con, and then it reminded me of Entourage, for instance. So, there's all these shows that take part in LA and California, and life looks like a lot of fun. But don't ask Anna Kasparian, because she'll tell you about the homeless people and how
that has criminal gangs taking.
I feel like Joe Rogan and Anna Kasparian could form a nice duo of like anti-California LA stuff. I mean, Joe Rogan hates it.
No,
he moved from there.
No, man, they're perfect.
Anna likes it, but the homeless are kind of ruining it and some other things like that.
Has he moved from California away? Has
Who,
Cenk,
Anna?
He's not moving.
I said
no, Cenk.
I didn't say Cenk. I said Anna and Joe Rogan. Did I say Cenk?
Anna is not in.
No, I'm so.
Anna is not in LA.
Anna is in LA, right? But nowadays she's not really loving the homeless aspect and stuff, so complaining about that. Right. And then I was saying Joe Rogan. I mean, he got up and left. That's how much he doesn't like the. Yeah.
I feel like Cenk and Anna are perfect. Like I've never been
but I
to
said Joe
California
and Anna. That
LA, but I know so many. No, yeah, but I think they're so perfectly California. Like everybody, they remind me of so many people I've seen from that region. Let's say, and just nagging about homeless. Oh my God, can you believe it? And then Anna, yeah, homeless people, fuck them.
Yeah, that was an interesting one.
But no, I must say, my problem with Florida and California, all these.
Whoa, don't put them together. Don't put them together.
They are very similar. They both
not in my
Disneyland. Not in your head. Yes, you're right. You're right. But I must say, any place where like hot places, man. Hot places is where style dies, really. Like, and the Hawaiian shirts come out and shorts come out and sandals and my God,
I'm good with everything until sandals. I don't mind shorts. I like shorts and I like wearing t-shirts.
You don't mind Hawaiian shirts? Hawaiian shirts with like signs with the palm trees and.
No. If I don't wear it, if I don't look hats. Like some boomers that I don't like hats too much, but I don't like the rest. I don't mind the rest.
Do you like shorts ladies with the what's that Hawaiian thing they put on you when you enter? Oh my God, it's the colors. It's disgusting. Like, just like
Hawaii must be super nice and beautiful too, but I mean it's different.
Sounds hot and sweaty and not very stylish. I'd rather go to, I don't know, Stockholm somewhere where I can wear overcoat. I like.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how stylish people are. Maybe in Stockholm.
And
Norway, I doubt it.
Yeah, I said no.
Maybe Stockholm.
Very anti-Norway stance.
Norway or Finland, I'm not too sure you would get any of that, but
Yeah.
maybe in
Yeah,
Stockholm or like
I have a
Denmark
feeling.
or so.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, I have a feeling when I go there in reality and stuff, seeing a lot of people with overcoats, I see with a lot of people with something I hate, which is those plastic jackets with the. What are those?
Oh, come on, you need those. Okay,
I hate
exaggerate
those.
that
I
some
hate
are
those.
too crazy.
What is that?
look...
You look like a bubble boy, like walking. And
okay, but now that's
plastic.
like in Seinfeld. George gets one of those, but I mean that's a bit
Yes.
exaggerated. There are much smaller versions that you can.
I hate them. I hate the way they design, the way they feel, the way they look. No. You look like a turtle. What is this? Like a
no.
God, it's disgusting.
I disagree.
What is that quality? Is that plastic or is that?
I mean, they're just different types, and if like it's a good quality one, it will feel better. But anyway, should we move on to some news?
Sure. Sure, I guess.
All right, Sam. So let's move on to the topic of this month, and let's call it the first quarter of the year. Using some business terms here, which is Russia, Ukraine. So, they always talk in quarters in case they know, but I mean, it's useful. Not making fun of it. But yeah, Russia, Ukraine. Why don't you get us going in this first quarter?
Yeah.
As this first quarter is coming to an end. Sorry, I'm done with the quarter.
Yeah, this is... No, I think you should keep on the quarter. But yeah, no, I think we're going to discuss basically Ukraine. It's going to be a long one. So if you're interested, sort of strap yourself in. Let's start with, okay. So the war in the Ukraine is sadly continuing. As you all know, more people, innocent people are dying. Russians are saying that they are, everything is going according to plans, but the European and American sources are going that they've been stalled, they've been surrounded even in some parts in Kiev, and they have to backtrack and all that. Then you have the analysts that are like not part of establishment, like Scott Ritter and Colonel Macbeth Gregor, who says that the fact that Russia has not advanced is part of its strategy because they want to make Zelensky submit to their demands, and they know if they get rid of Zelensky or if they conquer the country, then he won't have the legitimacy, or somebody in his place won't have the legitimacy to, like, for example, implement a deal with Russia. So it's going to become a civil war. So it could become a civil war. So the Russians don't want that either. That was Scott Ritter. I mean, Scott Ritter went as far as arguing that there is potentially a couple of people near to Zelensky are probably Russian spies with a mission to save him in case if right-wing Ukrainians want to murder him, because right-wing Ukrainians have openly said that if he compromises too much, they might murder him and all that. So basically, nobody knows. Everybody's lying, and yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that part I hadn't heard that second part, but that's also, yeah, I mean, they rather keep Zelensky and all that. And the other part of the argument that McGregor and stuff are making is that, they don't want to completely destroy, because then they'll also lose some legitimacy and all of this as well. But yeah.
Look, I was looking at some stuff about the Iraq war. For example, one of the reasons why in Vietnam and Iraq Americans did so much bombings was because, they would have contractors coming in to build those places up again. Russians don't necessarily have those contractors or that much money, so they don't want to be involved in a state building projects later on. So but starting on the more news and stuff, the one fascinating thing, which I think we're going to talk about the Hill point this out, is that it's all said that Zelensky, this hero of democracy, Zelensky, Ukraine's war is for first of all, it's like the Iranian guy I was making fun of, who was fighting with the English guy, that this is a letdown for whole of Iran. Oh my God, stop trying to drag everybody else with you. I'm sorry, Zelensky, you allowed your own country to descend into fucking war. No, it's just no. This is the war for the whole of Europe. This is a war for the whole of the democracy and freedom of the world. Fuck off! I'm sorry. Just keep like somebody who's in a fight, is getting his ass beaten to shit, and he's like, Sam, this is a fight for you too. Yeah. Like, no,
but let me just say something. The one thing that I guess I've been a little bit surprised. I mean, the Europeans, they don't seem to mind this narrative too much, right? Like the Ukrainians are protecting Europe and democracy. But the other one is that like, I mean, I guess I'm really not a good person like that, or I guess it depends how you see that. But I have been surprised, at least hearing anecdotally, like relatively famous people, like some fighters and things like that, and people like actually, and you heard others in New York Times that wrote, so there has to be some truth to this, but people literally flying back to Ukraine to literally take part in this war.
What kind of people do you think they are?
Yeah, I mean,
same kind of people who went to Syria to fight. I mean, I'm sorry, but if you go to fight for any reason, you're pretty, I don't know, you're.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know how to pass a judgment, because Orwell, let's say if really, like, if it was really like extremely, you think particularly not legitimate, and you're gonna go and defend your land and stuff, and you don't have any other like agendas and all this. So, I don't want to pass too much of a harsh judgment. My real thing is, I was actually surprised that even if some of this reporting is not right, even if like half of it is right, it's maybe it is part of all kinds of war, and this one, it's being framed differently and presented differently because they're good guys. But for you, that didn't catch your attention much or anything like that.
I mean, it did, but I think it's like I'm sorry, but if you go fight in a war, you're either naive or a psychopath, and in either case, I don't really care. So
yeah.
I'm glad you're busy.
And let me ask you one more thing also. I mean, one other thing in the narrative.
I'm not talking about, by the way, I'm not talking about somebody who's whose mother is in Ukraine and has to go back and bring her back because she has nobody else. I'm talking about somebody like, I'm mostly talking about these idiot American, European, some few, I think, Iranians that, go fight like, oh, we saw democracy falling and we want to go, fuck off. Like, good, go.
Yeah, no, democracy, all that for sure. I mean, if someone says, just I really feel like Ukraine's my home and all this, and I'm gonna go fight in the land,
no,
like
Ukrainian,
if they frame, Ukrainian.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, that's the difference.
No, I was talking about Ukrainians living abroad and flying back.
No, but I was thinking maybe because there is all these news articles about these Guardian just had an article about these foreign like legions arriving in Ukraine. So if you're
those
Ukrainian,
ones for sure, yes, they're Ukrainian.
No, sorry, I don't mean to put them, but yeah.
But even that, I mean, that's not something I would do, but that's maybe because I'm a coward.
Me too.
But that's what like I'm kind of wrapping my head around. Like, I guess it's.
I gladly become an officer and order other men to go.
From outside the country, though, still.
from a safe headquarters in a capital city where I can negotiate my own rescue.
But so there's a lot of this, and I guess we arrived to this point by saying that the Zelensky narrative and this narrative of standing up for Ukraine and all this resonates with both Ukrainians when it's directed towards them and with Europeans. But of course, the European ones is much more flimsy and made up.
I mean, even Ukrainian one, I don't know. I mean, if you're in that war, you might be. I
and let me just one other thing that's been, that this is completely unrelated to this, and this really gets on my nerves. And I guess maybe I'm gonna sound a bit harsh on the Russian soldiers, but I don't even think it's true. Which since day one, they keep on saying that, the Russian soldiers are demoralized. They've been demoralized. I'm like, if they've actually been demoralized, that's kind of their fault. Because, I'm just being a bit harsh, but because, listen, it's been a month. They went from Russia, which has similar weather conditions, to Ukraine, right? It's not like they're fighting on top of Mount Everest right now, right? Like you see, it's like cities and stuff. So the weather can't be that bad. I mean, I don't know what's like in Russia, Ukraine right now, but I don't think it's like
no, it can't be that
minus
surprising
20
for sure.
Quebec weather right now. I mean, maybe I guess it's worse than that. So yeah, I mean, okay, so then they point out that there's been some issues with their logistics and food, but I'm assuming there's enough food going around for the Russian soldiers right now. So yeah, it's not even the Russian soldiers saying that. It's like other people saying that about Russian soldiers. And if it is true, like I said, I'm a coward, but come on, like, I mean, it's been a month. I mean, the Americans were fighting for 20 years and you never heard any of them getting demoralized, apparently. But these guys, since day one, the Russians didn't win the war on the second day, which is like apparently like, okay, oh, you had 2 days, you didn't win the war. That's insane. Yeah. And then demoralized.
No, I completely agree with you, but I also remember British and Americans after they invaded Afghanistan, immediately everybody, the soldiers, they don't have enough body armor. The helicopters are not as nice as they should be. I mean, I find the military, man, it's so funny. I feel like military is just filled with the biggest pansies and cowards out there everywhere in the world. They're like, what did you think you're signing up for? Like, I'm sorry, but with the Russian case, at least they're conscript, so they didn't sign up for shit. They were forced into it. And yeah, I don't believe and
it's not even clear if that narrative comes from them. I mean, where did they get that?
Yeah, exactly. Guardian, every day Guardian has become like, yes, 2 other Russian journalists say they cannot tolerate this.
Let me tell you something.
Campaign.
Oh
they
my
walk
God.
away.
Sam.
2 soldiers. There are reports of generals being upset at not eating their soup.
Let me stop you right there. So sometimes I say like, okay, this person changed their mind. At least I give them credit that they changed their mind now, and now they're seeing it the right way. Whatever, for some example, and you're like, come on, are you joking? How could you have not known that since day one? How naive can you be? Now, when it comes to these Russian reporters quitting over this on TV, like, I mean, I think this isn't even the most outrageous thing that I've seen Putin or the Russians do or lie or say. I mean, so that I have no sympathy for these journalists. Like, now it's like a 50-year-old person who's been like reporting since like the early 2000s on TV. Now this is the time that you picked up on this. I mean, so like, for instance, I can be
telling the truth.
Yeah, I can be much more lenient than you. Like, if it's like a 26-year-old and they've been doing this for 5 or 6 years, I'll be like, okay, fine. Like, let's say you were really naive and then at least you're still in the early stage of adulthood. You got it. But yeah, you're doing this for 20 years. And this is, it's kind of like if Rachel Maddow or someone from Fox comes and says this, I'm like, come on, buddy. Like, you've been doing this for 30 years. If a young person shows up,
that's why, by the way,
something like that, I guess I'll be more understanding.
That's why I don't like most That's why I don't like most leakers as well.
Okay, it's good. You said the leakers. For instance, Edward Snowden. For instance, Chelsea Manning. At least, this happened early in their life and career. So for me, that I can see more. People can be naive. People can change. People can make mistakes. Relatively, like Chelsea Manning, she was relatively young. So is Edward Snowden. But yeah, some of these ones, they've been doing this for 30 years.
18, you're adult.
Yeah, I agree. I know that, but that's a technical. I'm trying to explain it. I know. I'm trying to explain or how I see it.
Sorry for that.
But these guys, like, come on. No, go back and do that job. I would respect you more if you went back and did your old job.
Did you watch the Abby Martin interview? She claimed that the lady who got all the credit for quitting on her, she claimed that she was like, basically, the whole thing was a publicity stunt, and she was telling her a couple of months before she's been contacted with this group to quit and all that. So yeah, it's all a show, and they should really fuck. I mean, I don't know, like when you work for a state television or when you work for CNN
for your whole life
or CNN, what the fuck do you think you're doing? Oh my, it's kind of reminds me of the people who because of Trump, I can't be part of Republican Party or I can't be part of Fox News. Oh, fuck off you. You're worse than them. You're genuinely worse because all you care about is fucking etiquette and you're nothing. You're genuinely like the lowest of the low.
I agree with you. And the only caveat I add is like, no, it's fine. I could still hear. And the only caveat I'll add again is that for me, I do take into consideration for how long they've been doing that. And then through that, I'll be like, okay, fine. You just joined as an intern 2 years ago. And in your second year of being like, a real job, you already kind of change your mind. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, let's say. But yeah, some of these guys, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, continue.
But let me just read the actual news we're gonna discuss. Ukraine suspends 11 political parties with link to Russia. Zelensky says parties such as Viktor Medvedchuk's opposition platform for life are aimed at division or collusion. And it was slightly controversial maybe for us. Like I'm not even surprised. I'm not even blaming Zelensky for this. I know one of the parties is the biggest opposition party. I'm not even like, that's like when wars happens, a lot of shit goes down that is not normal in normal times. But this pretends that Ukraine being this sort of a cradle of democracy, while Russia is this den of monsters, include mostly Putin monster. Like they are the same. They are both two extremely corrupt democracies with different gangs of oligarchs. It's like saying, I really like the Italian mafia, but the Corsican mafia, those guys are assholes. But the Italian mafia, they're not. Like, what's the fucking difference? Like, who gives? It's
and of course, so as per usual, your context and your situation leads to you behaving differently, and the consequences of your actions being different sizes as well, right? Like Russia or the US can commit a lot bigger crimes and everything,
bigger scale.
Everywhere, whereas Ukraine or the president of Ukraine, his hands are much more tied, given the resources and the size and the situation and all that. I
wanna commit a genocide, but
like I said, I mean, once the Russia-Ukraine stuff is bad, I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna start a website that's gonna monitor like anybody being racist or like anything towards Ukrainian, because I'll be like, what happened? I remember 3 months ago. You're going on my website, strike one. I just hope that stays. That's something good that's emerged. That kind of solidarity.
If somebody criticizes, if somebody criticizes Ukrainian cuisine, fuck you. You're racist. You're pro-Russian Putin puppet. I just don't like this food.
No, exactly. I mean, I just hope they maintain this behavior. I mean, I'm not joking or anything.
Really?
Anyway.
No, come on, man. What the fuck? What is this? I don't like it. I want to make fun of. I hope we all can make fun of every nation equally, including my own.
Equal, yeah.
Equal prejudice.
No, I'm just talking about the people. Literally like people. I never just knew that Western Europeans in general
cared like
Ukrainians this much.
Matt, from what I recall from living in the UK. British people didn't really mind anybody except like French and Polish. Those were the most like main targets. Like Indians, we love them, but like Polish. So suddenly Ukrainians are such dear. As the guy said, the Canadian guy said it best. Sort of a European country.
Never get over it. Relatively European, relatively civilized. But so they banned. So going back to the story, and The Hill covered this, that they outlawed and banned these 11 leftist parties, which to me also,
it descended into a family fight, I feel.
But hold on. Anything else to say about this particular news item? I mean, like you, I don't find it surprising at all that they would take advantage at this time to get rid of.
It's not even taking advantage.
Parties.
I'm sure there may be serious security. Like every nation that is usually in war, you either go for a unity government or they tend to ban parties that or have a soft stance to it. It's not, I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's not unusual. So I'm not like surprised by it, but I'm saying don't pretend Ukraine is this sort of Switzerland referendum like land. It's ridiculous. Like, it's just childish. But
no,
yeah,
for
the
sure, the
hill.
hypocrisy
No,
is
yeah,
on display big time there.
yeah, but I don't have anything to add on this.
Yeah. So
specific
then,
thing.
why don't you set up the rest? What happened? So Kim tried to, told this news and everything, but then what did she say? She said something that just triggered Ryan and Robbie, and then the conversation
No,
was like
she
gone from
was
there. Oh, I remember.
she
She
was
was
talking
saying
about the
that.
negotiations.
Mhm.
No, go ahead, sir.
No, I mean, from based on what I remember, she just kind of said that, uh, like we also here in the US, we also, don't allow any kind of dissent and all this. And that's what really triggered Robbie and Ryan
No,
Graham, from what I remember.
that was first one, but then she sort of backed off of that. She was like, yeah, same in the US, and they were like, no, US is definitely better, and they're right. But
yeah.
The mistake is, don't think US is better because there are better ideas or because the constitution better or any of that. It's better because there's more money. When there's more money and there's more security for the elite, they let you, like in Iran, in Russia, like when Putin's position was less stable, he allows less freedom of speech, for example, during war times. When his position is completely stable, he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
So that's the reason. So, but then the main argument came when she was sort of saying that, there is these negotiations between Russia and Ukraine is not negotiating in good faith. And they're sort of they say that they negotiate in good faith. They go to Russians and I think she didn't represent her arguments well. She got distracted by sort of getting into this whole thing about is Russia justified in their attack or not. But I think her point was, which she didn't get to make, and it was a good point, that Ukrainians that's the thing, we don't know, but from some of the reports, it seems sometimes Ukrainians are doing a standstill, like, they do, like what Iran used to do in negotiations, and like, you just go and announce, we will never back away from our rights. These are our borders, these are our inalienable, it's not really negotiations. You're just proclaiming some shit and then going back home. So that's, I think, the point she was trying to make. But then the way she was making it was that, as if the Russians are all good faith actors acting rationally while Ukrainians aren't. And I think, but then she kept talking about the fact that they are family.
Hold on. So let me just he said this because I
just play this.
Chopped up two clips, two different ones. I'll just put them together. Yeah, that was really quick. But yeah, I got distracted by that. I feel like everybody in that segment got distracted by something. Me was her constant thing of them being cousins and related.
What I'm saying is that Russia and Ukraine are neighbors, and they're related. They're literally related. They have family going back and forth between country to country. So they need to be nice and work on good relations with their neighbor. Go to the table and actually negotiate with their cousins. And I meant that literally. People need to remember that this is more akin to a civil war than it is one country just wanting to take another country. These people are related. Again, Putin's own goddaughter is a Ukrainian.
And, she did say like 11 million Ukrainians have like families in Russia. And then her second example was that Putin's daughter-in-law is Ukrainian. So then she said, so this is more like a civil war, which again, I don't understand the point of that. Like the point being that, like, because they're nearby their family and nothing should happen. But like, I mean, you don't like to compare like macro things to micro things, but she brought up family and all this. People have horrible relations. People try to kill their parents. I mean, people like don't speak to their siblings for decades, and cousins cousins is like, it can both be close or it can be an absolute stranger.
or enemy.
Cousin can be anything.
Or legal proceedings triggered against. First of all, let's on a philosophical humanistic level. Yes, exactly. Like, what are you talking about? Like this idea that they're family. Most families hate each other. They can't even stand. Christmas time is equal to or Thanksgiving is pretty much equal to living hell. So that's one. Secondly, have you look at Roman history, look at Persian history, look at Egyptian history. Pretty much all the wars was like, there was a cousin who wanted to get the other cousin out, or a brother or sister. So I don't get this. Oh, they're cousins or sisters and brothers. They have to have good relations. What are you like talking about? France and Britain, like the royal families were related, but they fucking hated each other and tried to. When Iran and Iraq war, man, when Iraq attacked Iran, the place they attacked was Arab populated with many people from the similar tribe or same tribe as the people on the other side of border on Iraq. Like this, this is not novel. This is not,
like she said, there are civil wars, which are like, literally people from the same country, where many are related. No, I'm just saying she gave the example of. Many. There are civil wars despite people. Being related and knowing each other.
And I just didn't understand what was even bringing that point was
but she
about.
brought it on over and over again. I don't think we're like,
I know. What was it? What was the point? What was the point?
I found it kind of funny.
The NATO over. It was definitely funny, but it was just, I don't get it. Like, your cousins.
Yeah. Which put your tie on the other side of the microphone if you can.
This side?
Yeah, like I think it's like rubbing a bit against the microphone side. Or you can even try tying it on your actual tie, like clipping it on your tie, maybe.
That's what Robbie Swab, I think.
Yeah, maybe do that now. Today it's cousins. But yeah, so there was that. That was hilarious. I don't know if you want to. I can talk about the cousin thing again and again, but I don't have anything to say.
Have you had a war with your cousins? Have you been involved in a fight with your cousins or your brothers? Call us at 555.
So that was funny. Then the second thing that they really, I mean, like I said, once she was done giving her news part, it totally turned into Ryan Grimm and Robbie versus her. And the conversation was like, the quality was lower than this conversation you're seeing here. And it was very similar to our talks. But then the second thing that they really got her, but you kind of come to her defense. So she goes, and I think I agree with you, because she said, you can't keep on poking the bear and not expect anything.
Yeah,
so the bear being
funny.
Russia and Robbie and Ryan. Yeah, it was Robbie goes like, but Russia's not a bear, it's a nation. But you're right, it's a bit unfair. But
it was unfair.
But if she had made points that kind of made sense and then led to that analogy, I know. It's just that it was so babuba all over the place, and then she just took the bear, and his timing and shit was amazing.
His timing was just perfect for the joke. Like, Russia's not a bear. No, the problem with her argument, it was the same with the cousin thing. She kept repeating it. It's a metaphor and should only be used once, because metaphors have this dangerous thing. And but what before yesterday when we talked, I said it was unfair because I think they knew what she was saying. She wasn't saying, that Russia is aggressively all that. She was saying that, when you threaten the nation's interest, they're gonna react. But it was timing wise, I admit. It was joke. Yeah. I mean, if I was in that group or stuff, I probably would have done the same. I couldn't have controlled myself. I would have just gone for the thing.
Yeah, that was really funny, but that was an amazing segment.
That was just great. That was just,
man. And
he's not a bear.
I don't think we're gonna cover this story later on, so maybe I'll just mention it now. Although it's not Russia, Ukraine, there was the other hilarious part on the Hill where this person came, this reporter from the Intercept, and was talking about the Wuhan leaks. And everything is going, sorry, not the leak, whether COVID came from a lab or from the animal thing.
I know. I'm just
done an investigation then. It was this lady reporter from the Intercept. So the story was quite boring, if you ask me. I was half following it. I don't even know. Everything's going on until the last 20 seconds, where she kind of mentioned North Carolina, but for some reason she said she doesn't want to follow that lead, it's not a good one. And Kim is like, so you're going to follow that, you're going to be a journalist and follow that lead. And he's like, no, it's not good. No. And then for 20 seconds, it was the most awkward.
The most intense.
Yeah, that's a huge implication if it did potentially come out of North Carolina rather than Wuhan. And I think we should be investigating both leads, right?
No, I don't believe it came out of the university.
Well,
I don't think that's on the table. So you're not even going to investigate that. I mean, that seems strange to me that you've got a guy who's saying that his colleague maybe actually did do this sort of research in order to get the grant money, and you're not going to even follow that lead?
He was saying that Barrick's lab, so Barrick was the one who wrote that part of the proposal and who proposed doing that work. To me, it's unclear where the work happened. And actually, I would cut this.
So if it's unclear, then
I'm not.
No,
everything had gone
so
so well for that lady until then.
Yeah, no, that video was about the fact that one of the scientists that answers questions kept pushing some of the answers to other people and stuff, and then Kim just went, well, first of all, the lady who was answering kept just saying, look, I don't subscribe to any theory. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I don't know about the lab. I don't know about the thing. She was very careful. Like, she was clearly scared of like being associated. And then Kim just at the end went, well, it would be quite interesting if it turns out it's from North Carolina. And then she just went, the journalist from just said, well, I like to point out, I don't think that's likely.
You're right.
And then it just became very intense with like Kim going, so you're not a journalist, you're just gonna follow up on the no, Carolina is not
right. Here's a tip to anyone: make sure you watch the full Hill segment, because you don't know where the gems are hidden. I mean, this was literally the last 20 seconds.
This one, just suddenly in the end went full on. Like, the Hill is great because you get the setup of MSNBC or CNN, but then always you get 20 seconds of somebody, either Ryan Graham or Robbie or Kim, just suddenly losing it, and just like, fuck yeah.
No, like I said, they've done a really good job with putting those three together. Everyone has something, there's a little bit of everything to keep people happy.
Exactly.
All right, Sam, let's continue here. So I see that we also have Scott Ritter, I think I'm saying his name correctly, who went on the Gray Zone, and Vijay Prashad, who spoke Katie Halper. So that one I watched the whole thing, but the Scott Ritter one, to be honest, I just watched parts of it.
Yeah, Scott Ritter, I think we discussed what was his argument. His argument was mainly that, the fact that Russians are not advancing and having relatively high casualties is part of their strategy, because they want to basically make Zelensky make a deal with them because he has the necessary legitimacy. It was quite fun. It was, relatively relaxed. It was super long. I kept thinking it's going to finish. And then Aaron Matta was like, okay, another question. So, about this region called Pustanka. There are two people reporting from Pustanka. Oh God. And it's just, and so it was good fun. I, to be honest, it's interesting that his take is out there, but it's really annoying in a sense that I like you, like literally you don't know who to believe or who to like. No, like literally, if I want to be honest, just Ukrainian war could be finished, and I don't know. Like it's just like everybody's giving a different analysis, and there is some justification to some. I find his to be quite good, but he gave a lot of historical stuff about Iraq and his time as well as sort of example.
I think he also said like an interesting stat, which I think he said it, and if it's true, that's good, which is like, I believe like only like 1% or like a higher percent of something of the casualties have been civilians. And then he contrasted that to like the normal percentage that is usually civilians at wars, which is much higher. So I found that to be interesting, and kind of supports the narrative of, not because they're good people or like not because they have good intentions, but the Russian army is trying its best not to have too many civilian casualties or deaths. But I think he said that, but maybe I'm mistaken. But you're right, though. You're absolutely right. I mean, it's really unclear exactly. Like, I think we won't know until maybe if some kind of deal happens, and then they really, both Ukrainian side and the Russians, they come out and together and kind of say who got which part a little bit. I guess that could clarify a little bit really what advancements have really been made. But that's. But I recall Syria was the same thing. Like I remember Syria, I once told you about this, and I don't know if, But I remember like people specifically being like, Syria's so hard to get news and stories out of Syria. Even CNN and stuff were not even there. So we weren't even getting that side of the story. So just pretty much nothing. Whereas the Iraq war, I don't remember hearing that being said. People felt like that a decent idea, or Yemen.
I think it was I think it's to do mostly with the fact that Iraq war was still in an era where mainstream or whatever had some legitimacy or had some cachet among the people. Now everybody just watches like whoever they like, or it's completely just broken down. It's just nobody trusts anybody. Like, my cousin told me Ukraine is winning, so and I hate my cousin.
Okay, now I believe you.
It's like, you can't trust the Russian government, you can't trust the Ukrainian government, you can't trust the American government. So what are you left with? Like nothing.
Yeah. And then I don't know if we have much about him to say. Then Vijay Prashad, I mean, if I recall, he didn't even really talk too much about what is really going on in Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine. He was more about kind of, just talking about what the Americans have done, NATO did in Libya, and that kind of stuff. And then
he said the Western values. Well, the thing he said, it shows that Western values are in the sewage. If I'm quoting him correctly, the fact that the racist coverage of Ukraine and the fact Yemen. But then I had to say, like, what about that's why I hate East-West thing. Like, what is going on what is Saudi Arabia is doing with all its money, or did they ever invite Palestinians in? Did the Kuwaitis ever, or Iranians, whoever? Like, what if this East and West? Oh, the values of the West. When did East? The only difference between East and West is that East was just the forerunner in the fucking empire and exploitation business. They just did it earlier. So they exhausted their resources. So this idea like Western values, there is no Western or Eastern, there is no values. These are all goddamn nation states and political organizations trying to benefit. Like, I don't, what is this expectation from, I'm sorry, but it's just this humanist, idealist tradition really just annoys me. Just what do you expect them to do?
Like in Lebanon, they took in millions of Syrian refugees, a lot. But there you also hear that
I don't think they were happy about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Iranians are forced to, Americans are forced to get Mexicans. Nobody, they're not happy about it.
Yeah. And if you talk about, you can talk about values in India. You hear that the main political parties,
the caste system,
and all of them,
very valuable,
very much against. Apparently they say all kinds of horrible stuff about Muslims and all this. So this is everywhere.
Muslims, untouchables, the lowest caste in Hinduism, who's only allowed to fucking clean toilets and with this Eastern or Western, or humanity has no values. Humanity is in it for food and sex. That's it. There's nothing else. Just get over it.
And when it comes to nations, that is absolutely true. I mean, once we talk about nations and political behavior and actions, there was that. I mean, that's not the one that caught my attention. One thing that caught my attention,
I just don't get it sometimes, Katie, why it is that the West has such a superior ability to shape public opinion globally. It's not just because of CNN and Western media and so on. I think they take this stuff more seriously. They are more sophisticated in the way they do this. I just think that these other countries are amateurs in getting their views across. They just don't seem to know how to do it. The Russians, the Chinese, and others, they just are on the back foot all the time. The West has really had a 100-year advantage in driving a narrative, and because of this international division of humanity, there's a way in which they have enormous consent inside their own societies that journalists, friends of mine, will always say, we were reporting the Syria war from Beirut, and you'd meet them and they'd say things like, I wish Obama did something, because the default assumption, even of relatively critical journalists, is that the United States is a benevolent power. the default assumption. And it's like, you wish Obama did something. What do you want him to do?
Right.
What does the United States government do in this situation? It bombs the hell out of civilians. That's what it does.
I used to think about this a lot. So I think I'll try playing the clip right now, which is he talks about how like the US, the West, like Western countries, they seem to, really be strong in the cultural influence and really selling their narrative. And that this is very important in influencing people around the world. And this is something I always used to think about and be like, China, even when they become far more powerful and, the economy becomes bigger, I just can't see a day where people will easily believe their narratives as easily as, the US or European countries are able to sell their narratives across the world.
People?
Huh?
Which people?
Which people?
Chinese
meaning
people or foreign people?
No, like the Chinese government being able to,
No,
being able to sell.
Which people accept their narrative? Their own people, or globally the people of other
like
countries?
you like let's take the Russia-Ukraine one, right? Like it seems like, although not, we talk about how like in the east there's a different reaction to the east of Ukraine, there's a different reaction towards the Russia-Ukraine war, but even that in separate pockets. I mean, you talk about how in Iran they seem to be quite on the Ukraine side, people and stuff. So this ability, so this ability of the US and European countries to influence like the middle classes point of view across the world, kinda, they seem to have it. And the Chinese, you just can't imagine that they will ever reach a potential place that they would even have that. So I used to think about that a lot. But nowadays I think about like, is that really even that important? Whether they can sell their narratives and how well they sell their narratives, and what role did that play? Because so I kind of agree with Vijay Prashad, and I used to think about that a lot, but perhaps it's not as important as we make it out to be. It's just that the Americans and Europeans have also money. I don't know. Go ahead.
No, I agree with you. First of all, I agree that Americans right now, or Western powers, whatever we want to call them, are the best at it. Secondly, I agree with you that it's not even that important, I think, in terms of geopolitics. Thirdly, I would say, no, I disagree with you. I think China will. Like,
you think so?
First of all, I think definitely so, because for already the highest grossing movies globally are couple of last 2 years have been Chinese, like Wolf Warrior and all that. Already Hollywood even editing its movies, adding scenes for Chinese.
But that's for China, though. That's different.
No,
so I'm saying China being able to sell its narratives externally.
Right now, we talk about Rocky, we talk about Running Man, we talk about The Predator, we talk about all these 80s movies. But those 80s movies or Star Wars, like when they happen at that moment, they weren't like everybody across the universe was talking about them and had this global middle class appeal. So China is just starting to create its cultural footprint on the global middle class with action movies and Matt Damon doing a Chinese wall movie or some shit. So this is just the beginning, or let's say 1960s, 1970s of them. Give them 20 years, definitely. I think and perhaps, the global middle class and global middle class is gonna look very different. In terms of global middle class, is gonna be mostly of Chinese origins or of East Asian origins. It's gonna have different values to the middle class that was was existent in Europe and maybe in Middle East to a lesser extent. It's gonna be a whole different thing. So I think definitely they're gonna have the same appeal.
Perhaps, I was just, I mean, maybe they have like a, maybe they're in a more challenging situation though. How about that? Because let's say like at least the Americans, they have a language that is spoken, in a lot of places around the world. They have a culture that's been spread more throughout the Europeans, much more commonly and much more widespread. Like, we talk about this sometimes, like the understanding of religion in China is quite different and all this. So maybe they just have, it just might be more challenging for them to replicate or reach the American Hollywood level.
No,
But yeah, I
right
get
now
what you're
it's more
saying. It could
challenging.
change.
No, but 200 years ago, it was far more challenging for Americans because they were an upstart nation while China was already an established empire. So no, I don't. I mean, it's more challenging, but I don't see any problems with them succeeding at it. And you know, like most English speakers in the world are in India. It's a I don't know. Like, especially America, in my view. That's why I hate one of the reasons why I hate people call America empire. America is like it's not even, it's like the closest thing into the Mongolian empire. Like it leaves, like it just goes places and leaves no cultural footprint, accepts the local traditions just to steal money off. Like it's nothing. It's a nothing empire. So I don't even necessarily, yeah. Well, I don't think they will have much of a culture like China. In fact, I think will have more.
Yeah, but spreading its culture. Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but just the Americans seem to have had more connections with other parts of the world that facilitated maybe them spreading their.
Just with Europe.
Yeah, Europe. Yeah.
Whereas, what more connections have that they had with?
Yeah. No. Yeah. No, that is, yeah, I just don't, it just seems like such an uphill battle right now, but I guess they could reach it because right now China can only influence, like any influence it has is because like people, it's economic or people look through it through like a reasonable way, like I've never consumed 1 minute of Chinese entertainment,
I have. It's okay.
Yeah.
I watched Chinese TV shows when I was a kid as well. The Iranian television, some of them really good. Really, seriously. But Chinese and Hong Kong cinema is fantastic, obviously.
Oh, Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee is Hong Kong, right? He's from Hong Kong. But Jet Li is definitely, but I would say that even already, man, with Netflix, there is so many TV shows from all over Spain to Turkey to Mexico to what's his name, South Korea and Japan. So I don't know. I think it's already the American cultural hegemony has already, I think, is just on the downfall, and I'm glad for that's one of the things I'm happy about. I like it. I don't think Chinese cultural. We're gonna see a Chinese cultural global ascendancy anytime soon, but at least for a while we're gonna see a kind of a diverse field. Nobody dominating. I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Not that it matters, as we discussed, not that it matters anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, to what extent, yeah. How much it matters, but yeah. But okay, anything else from Vijay Prashad interview that you would like to highlight? Or
I also wanted to say Vijay Prashad said that he just read the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and he was very surprised at the fact that they had elected monarchies and stuff. And I just, because I am somewhat pro-monarchy. Like, what do people think monarchies were like? Like, somebody was just like behead his dad and become a king? Like, monarchy, where they were based, you always had sort of a senate or a council or something. Like, it wasn't just, especially in the East, where there was no, what's that rule called? The rule that your firstborn son, primo, I forget the name, it's got good Latin name, but there was no, like, that wasn't the case like in the Ottomans or in Safavids or in pre-Islamic dynasties or Safavid post-Islamic dynasties. It was always decided by a fucking council and they voted on it. Like, you would have even Islamic pre-Sasanian era in Iran, you had a council that would elect the king of kings or whatever. It's always been like, what do people think monarchy is like? I genuinely, like, there's this one guy running around the country deciding everything. Like, it's so ridiculous. And I mean, it's always, and that's why I hate the idea of democracy. And it's always been a mixture. It's always been a fucking mixture. It's the whole question is about how far you want to extend that. So we should talk about like the specifics of how we want to operate our society. Like, to what extent do we want to have democracy and enfranchisement? To what extent do we want to have institutions? So I find it very surprising that it's just people seem to think like I don't know. I'm just sorry. I just want to put my pro monarchy.
No, I mean, this is not your
I
main
just
point.
read up about monarchies. Really, it wasn't just some guy like ordering people around.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, just using this random blanket term of democracy is completely meaningless because all countries around the world right now are democratic one way or another, but they all vary in the different ways. And yeah, but I mean, and what was his point in general with bringing up?
That was just like his story. He's a historian, so he was trying to just update us. It was fun. It was I enjoyed it. It was the type of shit I enjoyed. But yeah, he was talking about the fact that Moscow, the Duchy of Moscow, or Muscovite, I think, as they were called at the time, they were fighting with the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth for the control of the Kiev.
I see. But yeah, it was fun seeing Vijay Prashad. Like I told you back in the day, I used to really, really like him, and he would come on the Real News Network a lot. But yeah.
Oh, you didn't watch the full live thing as well. He's also said he's writing a book with Noam Chomsky. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I heard that. Yeah, coming out later this year. All right, Sam. So let's talk a little bit about the fallout of the Russia-Ukraine war in the sense that its impact on other countries around the globe.
Yeah, I saw. Oh yeah, sure, yeah, and peoples and genders and sexes. No, yeah, it's been a very. I've been dumbfolded by the events as for like on 23rd of March, Russia announced. This is Al Monitor. Russia is demanding rubles instead of euros or dollars from unfriendly countries as soon as possible. This is not, not clear when it's going to come into effect. So Russia is demanding that. At the same time, you have Arab countries clearly signaling that they want to cooperate further with Russia. This is from 17th of March, Reuters. The United Arab Emirates is keen to cooperate with Russia on improving global energy security. You also had, Americans, look, partially because of the Russian war, although I would say in America, there are other reasons, especially, but globally, the price of gas and oil has gone up. America has sort of been trying, or at least that's been what's reported, that America has been trying to get Saudis and UAE and others to push up production to sort of somewhat, offset the increased rise in petrol prices and all that. But it seems that UAE and Saudi Arabia are not doing that. In fact, there were reports they were not taking the calls. Then there was the announcement that there will be further Patriot missiles moved to Saudi Arabia after Houthis made another attack on Saudi Arabia. But then Saudi Arabia came out and said they can't guarantee increased production or anything because of Houthi attacks, even after the Patriot missiles were moved in. That prompted, I think maybe this is a good place to talk about the Saagar segment. Do you want to give maybe a brief overview of that before I just...
Yeah, I mean, and we should maybe play that little clip also.
Some of you might think this is a hypocritical monologue. Yesterday, I discussed India, why sanctions or public pressure against them would backfire and would hurt the U.S. strategically. Here's the difference between those two countries. India is a great nation. So is China, for that matter. They are civilizations that built themselves up, that have an intellectual and economic base. Saudi Arabia is a desert backwater with a leadership that would literally not exist without the United States. They have no domestic capacity except for pumping oil. And then they tried to purchase their way out of it from our U.S. political system. The time is to come that we recognize them for what they are and to bring them to heel with the immense pressure that we have over them. They have been free riding off the United States for a long time. And if Biden had any backbone whatsoever, we would never let Riyadh ever get away with this.
Where he's, I mean, I'll play the clip as well, where it's quite harsh the way he's talking about Saudi Arabia. I mean, and
he's not alone.
Yeah. He was right on the limit. And I mean, believe me, I have no sympathy for Saudi government or anything, but it felt a bit too much. But in any case, his point was that, this country is nothing. We should tell them to either listen to us or, or get the hell out of the way. And, but they don't do what we want, but we still gave them weapons and they still don't do what we want. Which, you know, that one is also to the benefit of the US. I don't even get it. Like, they want to sell. It's not like those weapons were given for free. And then I think he just made, you know, he made Saudi Arabia seem too much of a simplistic puppet at this point. I think they're a bit more influential, you know, given all this support that they've had, you know. And so, yeah, I think he just simplified it a bit too much and, you know, discredited their abilities a bit too much, on top of it being a bit interesting, the language that he used, to say the least.
I think the language he used, and I think Saudi Arabia is a relatively new state. It was set up by relatively reactionary people and all that. And it was, you know, I'm not a big fan of their policies, but his language and his tone was, in my view, was offensive, especially coming from somebody from America, a country founded 200 years ago by committing genocide against American Indian. Whatever Saudi Arabia's historical roots may be, it is far deeper than America. All right. And like what, and not even put aside America, Iran, or like, how did Iran came about? What, they just murdered a bunch of people 1,000 years earlier, and what, like, that should be, we are so proud. Like, I don't get this sort of like, oh, they're not a real civilization, that they haven't built themselves up or something.
Yeah, I didn't exactly, that whole
fuck you
was the point of that.
Yeah, like, as opposed to India and China. Like, do you want to go through India, China, or Iranian or Roman history or whatever? Do you want to see some of the great things their civilizations did? I mean, Jesus Christ, like, get over yourselves, people. Like, really, like, there is nothing special, any of us or anything or any time or any place. Just, we are all doing. But he's not alone. Like, look at this article from Khalid Al-Jabri, a health tech. I mean, that's what I love. That, like, if you agree with the establishment, you get, this is from in foreignpolicy.com. Like, this is like one of the more prestigious outlets. It's not like a, you know, your newspaper. Biden should punish Saudi Arabia for backing Russia. Riyadh could make a difference in oil markets, but has chosen to side with fellow authoritarians. Oh, suddenly Saudi Arabia is very authoritarian. Suddenly, because they don't agree with us. Oh my God, MBS is so bad. Rather than United States. By Khalid Al-Jabri, a health tech entrepreneur and cardiologist. Oh, thank you so much. I'm so glad to know a cardiologist's point of view on Russian-Saudi evolving relations. And Anilil Shalin, a research fellow at Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, another basically outlet for the neocons. And the article is basically about the fact that, I mean, it's just the tone. Sorry, it's just the paywall just came up. As the United States and its allies stand united against the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Saudi Arabia is siding with Russia. By failing to publicly condemn the invasion and reiterating its commitment to the OPEC Plus agreement, the Saudi government exposed cracks in its long-standing partnership with the United States. Despite entreaties to raise oil production, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman allegedly declined to speak with US President Joe Biden a week after speaking with Russian President Vladimir Putin. By refusing to compensate for Russian oil, the Crown Prince is facilitating Putin's Russian aggression by allowing him to weaponize energy in the face of sanctions imposed by the international community and hold energy-dependent European countries hostage to Russian oil and gas.
So it's the Saudis' fault.
The main theme of this article is basically, unless you are a good little boy like nations and you listen to us, you're an authoritarian asshole and a rogue nation. Even if, like, until yesterday we agreed with everything you did, and still to this day support your almost genocidal war campaign in Yemen. Like, I mean, it's
he was very clear in what he was saying. He wasn't. He was literally saying that exactly. Why he was literally saying, why aren't you listening to our interests and why aren't you following the interests of the US? And this is also one thing that I told you, and I think Saagar maybe missed this. You know, Biden, one of his last cards that you hear right now about the price of oil being so high and also contributing to inflation is that the Saudis are not listening, right? Biden is just saying, or the administration, like if only Saudis and OPEC Plus and UAE would listen and increase the oil production, we wouldn't have this issue. But it could, if they did that, then you would completely lose that excuse. So you lost that excuse. And, the price could go down a little bit, not too much. And then you already played your best card. Yeah, and then you already played your best card, which was that, it's the Saudis and the UAE's fault kind of right now. And OPEC Plus. So I'm not even too sold with, how much the Biden administration, how much pressure they're really putting on the Saudis, or if the Saudis or kind of also read this, they're not, the analysts and stuff, I'm sure, are not that dumb. So I think that's just something that shouldn't be forgotten, and that, for Biden, it's a good excuse right now in his pocket for him and his administration.
Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I think they're right there. And the idea that, by the way, like this idea that Saudi Arabia was agreeing with US before, like, yes, your relationship with Saudi Arabia is changing. Your power, economic power, military power is declining or refocusing to East Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Saudi Arabia is becoming more independent. They're flexing their muscles. They're not going to just be your whipping boy as soon as you say jump and they jump.
Yeah,
get over yourself. And again, this sort of expectation that everybody should serve us.
And this guy really had it. I mean, he didn't hide it in that, in the headline or the first paragraph that you just read.
Yeah, I mean, he does go on to give a sort of a historical background to why the relationship between Saudi Arabia and America has deteriorated, talks about Bahrain and all that. But I mean, again, I feel, it's good. At least now everybody knows. Now everybody's playing, open-handed poker, as we say.
Yeah, so things can be forgotten quickly.
But yeah, very, very. Saagar is not alone. A lot of people are very much upset about the fact that,
yeah, that
America is, well, from their point of view,
and
by
also,
the way,
but like there's also
the weapons thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, just was saying, from the weapon, their point of view, they view America as a unitary state, as an indivisible state unit.
Mm-hmm.
It's indivisible. They can't really. Sometimes they can, but in this case, it seems they can't, to differentiate between different forces within US or within Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and you're referring to the fact that, like if Biden or whatever didn't allow for these guns to be sold, then he would have problems with a whole other fragment within his own country who doesn't care about the oil prices necessarily that much, but they want to sell guns and everything to the Saudis. That's kind of what you're referring to, right? There's not, the only interest of the US right now is not to bring prices down. There are different stakeholders with different, in fact, you could interests among the elites, and one big interest is selling weapons. So Biden withholding weapons or whatnot would also piss off a lot of his own donors or major industries or whatnot.
Yeah, and petrol corporation. Do you think they're upset about gas prices going up? American, no, they're very happy.
And also, just one thing, like it is part of, I don't know how much power Saudi Arabia has to behave by itself, but, they're part of OPEC Plus, and OPEC Plus includes Russia. So, but
OPEC is pretty shit. OPEC is like, we talk about EU being like shitty and incapable. OPEC is used. I always wanted Iran to pull out of OPEC. It's the stupidest organization. They never, especially countries like Iran have only, especially after the Arab-Israeli war, OPEC is a joke. It's controlled by America, really. OPEC Plus a bit less so because of Russia. It's fucked up. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of everything.
Okay, what else is there to talk about the fallout globally?
So let's talk about, we talked about the UAE also getting closer ties.
Yeah.
Russia and I'm just checking if I'm not missing any. Oh, Germany seals a gas deal with Qatar to reduce dependence on Russia. Qatar and Kuwait so far have been the two nations that have taken the harshest stance against Russia within the Middle East. So they by the harshest stance, they very timid, support for Ukrainian independence. That's what I'm talking about. So let's not get over our head. But yeah, Germany is, trying to get, although the German minister said that this is a, medium to long-term solution. It's not going to help very short term. Then, by the way, another reason, UAE is very close to Russians is that, UAE is like many other tiny state sort of nation. It's a tax haven, and a lot of Russians have money there and stuff. So these nations also have that sort of interest, that sort of relation with Russia.
Definitely.
Yeah. And sorry, I'm just looking for where's the wanted to talk about. There was also this report which I can't find right now. Sorry. Germany, Russia. This is from Guardian. So war in Ukraine could lead to food riots in poor countries, warns WTO boss. So Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala says impact of conflict on food and price and hunger could be substantial. So yesterday we did that tweet that you showed that, for example, in countries like Rwanda, up to 70% of the wheat and all that. Yeah, it comes from Ukraine. So I think this is going to be crazy. Listen to this. Rocketing global food prices as a result of the war in Ukraine could trigger riots from those going hungry in poor countries, the head of the World Trade Organization has said. She warned food-producing countries against hoarding supplies and said it was vital to avoid repeat of COVID pandemic when rich countries were able to secure for themselves the bulk of vaccine. So my guess is that what we're going to see is that all the nations going to start hoarding the food ASAP. And, because usually whenever WTO or UN or whoever says maybe countries shouldn't do that, everybody does that because it's the rational thing to do as an individual agent.
But the expectation, I guess, is also that, because there are no sanctions on Ukraine, Ukraine can keep on selling its wheat to anyone.
No, but because of war, they actually have, I think they banned exports of stuff. Yeah.
Because you heard that, the agriculture places and areas have not been too damaged yet. So, technically, perhaps production could continue and it won't be as bad as expected. But yeah.
No, that's true. So yeah, it seems like we're gonna have a big effect on the food prices and all that. So yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, that would probably be felt, I'm guessing, from the summer on and all this, because I'm guessing all the wheat for this year has been stored. I saw that you also sent me this video about this UK politician getting grilled because his wife is associated with some Russian companies.
That's not just some UK politician.
It's been reported that you've got family links to Russia, that your wife apparently has a stake in the Indian IT consultancy firm Infosys. They operate in Moscow. They have an office there. They have a delivery office there. They've got a connection to the Alpha Bank in Moscow. Are you giving advice to others that you're not following in your own home?
It's not. I'm an elected politician, and I'm here to talk to you about what I'm responsible for. My wife is not.
She is not, but equally, if you as a country, we are asking taxpayers to fund the UK's support for Ukraine. We're asking people in the UK to give their homes up to Ukrainian refugees, whereas it appears your family potentially could be benefiting from Putin's regime.
No, I don't think that's the case. And as I said, the operations of all companies are up to them. We've put in place significant sanctions, and all the companies that we are responsible for are following those, as they rightly should, sending a very strong message to Putin's aggression.
Do you know if Infosys is?
I have absolutely no idea, because I have nothing to do with that company.
Yeah. So UK is also, by the way, playing active role. Boris Johnson went to lick the boots of the Saudi Arabian and UAE and all that to get them to do some more oil production. But what you also had was, I don't know if you know Rishi Sunak. He's the treasurer. He's the chancellor of the UK, and he's the nerdiest dude out there, and he's married to a super rich Indian billionaire lady whose father is super rich, and just like like the type of people who own I don't know, countries or something. And Infosys, I think, is the name of the girl, and it's really funny because like half of London used to be owned by Russians and all that, half of the football teams, all that. So Russians are being cleaned, and it's becoming a very painful process in the UK. And so Rishi Sunak, now his wife's company, Infosys or whatever, they seem to have some, I don't know, I don't care, some investments in like Russian industries. So he's become basically a target because the government is right now cracking down, and the hypocrisy is obvious there. I mean, I'm not surprised by it, but it's funny. And they keep, I mean, I love that interview. I hope you played the video. The ladies asking him about him, and he's like, so it's like, I'm not involved in that. So I don't work for that company, and therefore I cannot answer for that's my wife's company, and she's not a public servant. And and I love her.
She had a follow-up question. She was good. She said like, well, I mean, these sanctions, everything you're saying, it affects all citizens. So is it affecting your wife and her company or no?
I don't know. I'm not involved in that. But it's so funny because I love that, because she's kind of like, okay, all right. He's like, I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed. I'm very disappointed at you and your behavior. So, I mean, it's quite funny. I'm not surprised by it, but it's fun to see politicians getting into these corners.
Speaking of Russia, I think I saw this on Instagram. So there was like this Ukrainian Instagrammer. He lives in London, and he was going around in London and showing like the big mansions of like people of like Russian oligarchs or whatever who live in London. And he would be like, and I love any Russian oligarch is always the closest friend to Putin. So they're like, this guy who's best friends with Putin, he lives
probably
here.
True.
And then he would put like some kind of paper thing on it talking about the Ukraine thing.
No, by the way, I wouldn't like, that's the thing. These idiots like best friends, like they think Abramovich is a friend of Putin, or is that the thing? Like, is Bezos friend of Trump? Is Mark Zuckerberg friend? They met a couple of times. Like, these people, what do you like when you're at that level of business? Who do you think you meet? Like, do you think you meet your workers? Where do you think Jeff Bezos lives in London? Do you think he lives in a flat like in East Shoreditch? He has a fucking mansion, and like, what do you? I'm sorry. Anyway,
no, it comes back to the same thing. It's just very interesting, the processing when it seems to be normalized by so many people that whenever it's like towards Russia, there's like this complete way of seeing the conflict and how it affects this person and that person and this oligarch, and have to go about after them. Whereas when we talk about the same things being done by the Americans, you would just never think and go that way, and nor should you. So, but this part is interesting, where like, whether it's like with athletes or, the oligarchs or rich people, and this kind of approach.
Okay, or maybe you should think about it everywhere, like Russian one. That would be a good idea too. Like, be as skeptical as you're. Suddenly, when it comes to Russia, everybody's a conspiracy theorist. That that's fine. But as soon as you say the same thing about France, then you're weird.
All right, Sam. Let's move on. We have quite a few more stories here. So let's start off with Madeleine Albright. I heard she passed away, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, she died at the age of 84.
Oh, okay. Well, can still be young these days, but
relatively, I would say. I mean, what's his? Oh, well, no, she's older than Biden. Biden is 79.
Biden we established. I thought he was 90 something, but no, he's like in his early 60s.
It's 42.
He's actually younger than Obama. Yeah, no.
Yeah, Madeleine Albright, the Secretary of State during Clinton years, passed away, died, and it was there was we discussed it in the tweets. I didn't manage to find anything yet that is super,
really,
kind to her stuff. But yeah, I've okay. This is from NPR, for example. The gift Madeleine Albright leaves is showing us what is possible, by Kevin Drew.
Oh.
Sometimes the impact of a person's death can ripple across time zones and continents, triggering memories that can inspire today. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of children who suffered malnutrition during her sanctions in Iraq are right now they're remembering her gifts to humanity. I was reminded of that this week when Madeleine Albright's family announced that she had passed away. Albright died at the age of 84, her family attributing death to cancer. Her family attributing the death to cancer? Like, he's writing it as if, it could be something else. We don't know. Okay, all right. Albright represented different things to different people. As a refugee who as a child fled with her family from post-World War II Europe to the United States, she represented the so-called American dream of raising oneself up through education and hard work. To others, Albright decades of public service proved a model for a person choosing to serve their country. I mean, Jesus Christ. But I do think I kind of glad for these type of things happening, like giving so much credit to people like her, because I am somebody who thinks representation means very little to nothing. And I think people like Madeleine Albright, Richard Nixon, who came from working class background, any politician who tells you pick me because of my I'm working class, I'm from you, I'm one of you, or I'm a woman, I can feel your pain, I'm a man, I can feel your pain, right-wing version of identity politics. All of them are don't try. I don't know. Listen. So to so many, Albright was a feminist icon. Really?
Yeah, where are they getting with?
I guess Kevin and maybe his classmates, I don't know. The first woman to become US Secretary. To these people, in fact, they're not feminists, because these idiots, they don't see women and men equal unless women can actually do a job that in their head only men, oh, I saw a woman cut down a tree. That must mean that women are equal to men because men cut down it. In their idiot head. They think becoming a Secretary of State as a woman, you do know we had women emperors, women queens before that. There have been women in much more powerful position, even if that's your criteria. If you think being powerful is somehow gives credit to equality between men and women. Officer Albright literally changed the face of American diplomacy. Again,
I mean, I wasn't alive back then, but
I'd like to see some references for that.
No, I would like to hear somebody else mention this. I'll take that. I don't even need reference. If there's somebody else says those words, that's a good starting point.
That is a reference, isn't it? It's basically mentioning somebody else said that too.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So, where is it? Throughout her life, she spoke out frequently on what it meant to be the only woman in a room of men and the responsibility women take on when they push open the doorways to power with their own voice. Which, by the way, I don't want to undermine the reality of course, a male-dominated workplace is not a good idea. But I don't think putting Margaret Thatcher, Hillary Clinton, or Madeleine Albright in there is gonna I'm sure.
And they don't also lead. I feel like it's not also okay, let's put Hillary Clinton, and even if she's not better, she's gonna change so much the future that later on there's just gonna be more naturally women rising to these kind of positions. They don't, so they don't even have that kind of positive impact really by breaking the glass ceiling and all that.
And it's becoming happy with there is these these gentlemen's club that didn't allow women in for many years, and then becoming suddenly happy because they allowed also a racist woman. Like, she's still a racist. Like, she's still a neocon. She's still a warmonger. It's anyway. It's like, at any rate, to push open the doorways to power with their own voices. Quote: "If you're going to interrupt, you have to know what you're talking about, and you have to do it in a strong voice," she wrote in 2050. The news of Albright's death took me back to the summer of 1994, when she was the US ambassador to UN. She was like the role model of Samantha Powers, and I was a much younger journalist. By the way, Kevin put the much in the parentheses, as in like, oh, ha ha ha, very funny. Like, yeah, I'm still young. Fuck you. And Ernest, like even in these assholes, even in the middle of a obituary, they can't help themselves making these soy banter piece of shit jokes. An Ernest correspondent for the Associated Press based in Bratislava, and excited to be covering what is the Europe's youngest country, Slovakia. I had already been in Europe a few years, first arriving in Prague, the capital of what was then Czechoslovakia. I mean,
this guy looks like he can romanticize anything. He's like, I still remember the glass of water I drank. He's just like romanticizing.
I remember I turned on the news. CNN was on. Oh. Weatherman was saying it's gonna rain.
But this is like, it's kind of reminding me of what Matt Taibbi's saying. Like, all these journalists who seem to be like mesmerized by politicians, right? This is kind of what he's admitting, right? Like when he was like, taken aback by her skills or whatnot. And I mean, for your job, that doesn't, I feel like that's not really a good approach, or like a good, your skill set should be a bit different as a journalist.
I mean, look, I don't know about that. I mean, my views on journalism.
But I'm saying,
but I guess no. But that's the thing, though. If you have that attitude, then you're more likely to be, let's say, given exclusive interviews, or more likely to be contacted for leaks. So you're more likely to stay in the game as a relevant player. If you're not like that, nobody contacts you, and you just slowly just go
definitely
irrelevant. But I mean, I don't want to read the rest because it just. First, this is an obituary about Madeleine Albright. He just spends like 4 paragraphs talking about his own experience.
Well, he connected it to Madeleine Albright, I guess.
It's just the next 4 paragraphs: Nelson Mandela,
really?
Israel.
Stop.
No, I'm not kidding. But there were more important global markers taking place. South Africa electing Nelson Mandela as president, because before that he was talking about some bullshit in Central Europe that nobody gave a shit. Those events suggested the possibility of a better world. It wasn't to be. More sobering events were occurring. The Serbs' bombardment of Sarajevo, Russia attacking the Secessionist Republic of Chechnya, the US sending military forces to the Persian Gulf. I love how they're all put in equal, by the way. Like, these 3 things are definitely equal. Like, not one of them is not by far outweighs the others. Middle East. Yeah. And then there were massacres unfolding in Rwanda. The US came under criticism for its slow response to genocide. And I don't like it. Place in Africa, Albright herself took issue with the UN response. Again, I don't remember any of this. All of that was in play in August 1994 when Albright returned to a part of world where she was born to honor the victim of what is now called the Slovak National Uprising. In August 1994, Jesus Christ, this guy is such a narcissist. I covered the 50th anniversary of that moment when Slovaks took on Nazi military forces. It was a doomed mission, but it was also a testament to human spirit to stand up against oppression, even when it will. Like,
this article is so cringe, it's just so cringe. Like, the guy sounds like he lived in like a fairy tale, I mean.
He did, man.
Yeah.
He probably did though. Like,
he romanticizes, and I just looking up. I don't look up to any. Even when I was a kid, I didn't idolize people to this extent that you feel some of these people do.
Yeah, I remember somebody when I was like 10. Somebody told my mom I'm a good kid. And my mom was like, see, they say you're a good kid. And I was like, of course they say that. I'm standing. Like, what is wrong with you people? Like these people are idiots. Anyway, listen to, talking of idolization, Albright was there at those anniversary ceremonies at the news conference. She spoke about the Slovaks who stood up against the oppression, gliding seemingly effortlessly between English, Czech, and Slovak in the news conference. Like, okay. like a dancer trained to move from the tango to the ball.
Stop. Are you adding all this? Because I don't have the article in front of me. I don't know if you're making up stuff.
No, I didn't send this. I didn't send you. I wanted to save you this, but I just send you this in the chat right now because you don't believe me. But I'm not. I like to read this again. Seemingly gliding seemingly effortlessly between English, Czech, and Slovak in the news conference like a dancer trained to move from tango to the waltz. And then my moment with this is the whole article has been building up to this. His moment. He's what matters, not Albright who just died. And then my moment with Albright came. I fumbled my greetings in a Slovak. Dobiri den pani Olbiri Guturova. Hello, Mr. Albright. Her stature 4 foot 10 inches. I feel like that's slightly unnecessary, inclusion there. And her piercing eyes immediately struck me. Piercing eye? What are you talking about? For me, the gift that Madeleine Albright leaves is knowing the
read this one. Yeah, finish this one.
That a woman who grows to small dimensions can command the room thanks to knowledge and grace.
Okay, stop right there. What?
What is going on?
This guy's revealing too much about himself. So he pretty much has no self-respect for anybody who's short. He has no respect for them, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah,
he runs into you. He's like, with that face, with that height, with that intelligence, you managed to get a job? No. Yeah, impressive.
No, not intelligent. With that, you midget, you disgusting.
With those teeth, you really look good. Your clothes. No, I'm really.
Man, I feel like he's trying to do a double sort of thing of like, not only she was the first woman president, she was the first woman state secretary. She was also the first short person. I don't know what's going on there. It's the weirdest. And as somebody who's short, by the way, I find it so annoying that being short is like the only thing that people can openly mock as a physical trait. And it's fine. I'm fine with it technically. But this is so weird. It's so weird. Listen. I just want to leave it again. For me, the gift that Madeleine Albright leaves is knowing the possible, that a woman, and that's what he thinks is possible, that a woman who grows to small dimensions can command the room thanks to knowledge and grace. So until here, you really thought size of a woman was really hugely
and that's the main thing. So that's all. So so he really the small dimensions is right there before he italicized can. So really the most important impressive thing for him really seems to come down to the height.
He's very empathic on this point, that she was 4 foot 10.
So, guys,
can you believe
check out this picture of her standing next to this flower. You can really tell the dimensions. So she's barely higher than this rose.
I could basically pick it up in my hands. This is ridiculous. How can she be Secretary of State?
Man.
Yeah. This one was the most.
I'm guessing he's heard of Napoleon.
It wasn't super long work.
Yeah.
Apparently Napoleon was, for his time, not sure. It was mostly a British sort of propaganda.
Really?
But yeah. From what I read, I don't know. But
so there's more to this.
But listen, I just.
There's a literature on Napoleon's height.
By the tall people.
The literature is really split. Some say he was 7'2". Some say he was 4.
It has puzzled historians for years the origins of. Yeah, it's an important historical question, as you can imagine. But I just wanted to read this as well, because this it just shows how much of a grifter this guy is. Because this is the one to last paragraph. Today, as Ukraine, whose people are tortured for simply wanting to be their own nation, defend themselves against military forces from Russia, Albright's journey is especially important. Again, he quotes, if you're going to interrupt, you have to do to know what you're talking about, and you have to do it in a strong voice. So, I don't know how that Ukraine thing was thrown in there, but well done, man. I'm sure all your bosses were like, checkpoint, Ukraine, anti-Russia, Albright, great.
And some,
well done,
personal anecdotal things. Like, it wasn't just human stories. It was like personal human stories,
This was like, but this was like it wasn't the obituary. It was like my view on how her death affected me, or how her life and death affected me. It's not like, it's just so self-centered. I mean,
no, this was a funny one.
But there was another interesting one also from, again, NPR. Madeleine Albright kept up her trailblazing work long after being a Secretary of State. Again, can somebody tell me what was her, even during her Secretary of the State? What trail did she blaze? I like to know, just to clarify for myself. But yeah, again, it's the same sort of thing. It's the, same bullshit article.
It's interesting. I have unrelated. I guess I have seen her speak, kind of, but she didn't have an accent or anything, right? I mean, she was in America from a young age. Do you not find it?
No.
Do you not find it this kind of surprises me that someone like Kissinger with such a strong, because right now there isn't one politician in the U.S. who has a non-American accent. Maybe Ilhan Omar has a little bit of an accent, but it's just really weird. Kissinger had
it's just his accent perfectly fits his personality as well. He's sort of a evil master.
Yeah, I mean, not that there's anything wrong with an accent. I mean, I have an accent and
not
all
that anything is wrong with being an evil master, but
but it's just it's so rare for you to see that, I find.
No, I'm trying to think. I mean, it's that's the thing. It's part of, I guess, Washingtonization and LA and New Yorkization of politics, that even forget about foreign accents, like John F. Kennedy's accent, man. You can barely understand what the fuck the guy is saying. But now pretty much everybody is increasingly sounds very similar, I would say. Very similar. Yeah, you're right. No, I can't think of anybody that foreign sounding as Henry Kissinger.
But kudos to him. I mean, maybe that's one thing he overcame.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I think he's even effectiveness as an evil mastermind is exaggerated as well. He's really good at marketing himself, and his accent and his contact. It's just, I think Berzinski was far more evil, but get half the publicity. But I just want to read this tiny bit from this article, though. That listen to this, because I was interested that they brought it up. But look at how much it's a pretty long article. I'll maybe put a picture of it up there.
No, I have it here.
But listen to this. Oh shit! I just moved my thing, and here we go. Albright's tenure, however, wasn't without controversy. In 1996, 60 Minutes, Leslie Stahl asked Albright if the price of sanctions against Iraq was worth the humanitarian cost, noting the death toll of children. It's interesting that in an article full of quotes, they don't include the quote about 500,000 Iraqi children.
Interesting point.
Quote, that was the answer Albright gave. I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it. Albright answered. She later wrote that she immediately regretted her words, calling them a terrible mistake. Regretted her words, not her actions, not the 500,000 children, Iraqi, not even saying that no, like our sanctions isn't aimed at them, but it's Saddam's government is trying to do that. Really acknowledging, no, this is a direct result of our policy, and it's kind of worth it, man. So, that's how much her negative side. And then it immediately moves on to how Clinton praised her in 1996 and all that. So,
oh yeah, there's still like 3 more stories within that story, her holding a baseball bat and everything. So I mean, that's just the ultimate.
Yeah, it's inspiring. Yeah, there's like the new inspiring figure, blah blah. Like that's all her sort of negatives.
But
it's not nice to revel with anybody dies, but people like that are not like they've been at the highest level of power, so I think it's fine.
Agreed. Anything else here on Madeleine?
No, but Maddie. I remember the one funniest story that one time she was in a meeting with Iranian foreign delegations, and they basically told her like that's the foreign minister, and she was quite a smart, I would say that, and she was like, sure, like and it like her aides were basically idiots. That was like deputy foreign minister, and they like, and it was like she was like addressing the wrong person for half, like or something.
I see. Some aides got in big trouble. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah. Oh, she ripped them up. You asshole.
All right, Sam, let's move on to Ethiopia, a country where we were trying to cover as much as we could, trying to figure out what was going on prior to Russia-Ukraine, but then Russia-Ukraine happened, and that really took a back seat. But apparently there have been some relatively big developments over the past few days.
Yeah, according to France 24, on Thursday, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed government declared a surprise truce, saying it hoped the move would ease humanitarian access to Tigray and pave the way for resolution of conflict in northern Ethiopia. And on Friday, the rebels said in a statement to AFP that they were committed to implementing a cessation of hostilities effective immediately, and urged Ethiopian authorities to hasten delivery of emergency aid into Tigray, where hundreds of thousands face starvations. So yeah, that's a relatively positive. I mean, this, like we talked about, nobody knows what's going on in Ukraine. Nobody knows what's going on in Ethiopia either. Like there was this sort of narrative for a while that Ethiopian government is carrying out a genocidal campaign in Tigray. Then their narrative was that the tide of war has turned and Tigray is about to take over the capital, and now it's just completely reversed back to like Ethiopian government being on a more like strong side of the things.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there.
But it's been going on for almost 17 months. So
yeah, and when I think this is their second truce as well. So I mean, we shall see if it holds up and what happens.
Yeah, and I'll just to be clear, geopolitically, where everybody stands, the United States has accused Abiy's government of preventing aid from reaching those in need, while the authorities in turn have blamed the rebels for the obstruction. Mm-hmm. So very similar to the whole Ukrainian thing with evacuation of people. Like one side blames the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, okay, yeah. Interesting to see. Maybe by next week or stuff, there'll be some more concrete information that comes out on updates. Yeah, where they stand exactly. What about Iran? What's going on there? I heard that again.
Yeah.
I feel like we can record two things and just have it every week. Once we say that, the deal's about to happen,
it's looking
and then,
bad.
Put on hold. So maybe just record both of them now and I'll just add them every time.
Okay, let's for our it's looking bad.
Okay.
It's looking good.
There we go. Okay, next story.
Next story. It's still in the positive stuff, and I mean, there was this Israel Naftali Bennett urged the US government to not remove the Sepah from the Iranian military from the terrorist list, and then there was this sort of a leak that Iran has not accepted the US. None of it can be confirmed, none of it is concrete, so it looks like it's gonna happen.
And what about Congress? Let's say the deal happens. It's Congress that has to remove the sanctions, right? Or is it Biden? He can remove some of the sanctions.
Biden can remove some of the sanctions.
But at the end of the day, there's also a whole Congress and Senate element to this that hasn't even been discussed yet, right?
Those ones, yeah, but those ones I don't think will be. They're not talking about those. I don't think, because there is no hope of getting those off. But yeah, but I think mostly the ones that Trump put Iran on, because.
But what about the previous ones that even Obama didn't remove? Like apparently those were major sanctions.
Yeah, but those were part of Barjam and all that, like part of the JCPOA. so like those were the issues surrounding them. I guess they already agreed on those.
So Biden should be able himself to remove some sanctions without Congress.
Oh yeah. It's harder than putting sanctions on, but no, it's possible. It's definitely.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
But some of the sanctions he can't do anything about. But those sanctions are just, that's fine. They already, I guess, agreed on those. They've come to an understanding on those.
I see. Okay, I guess let's see what happens.
Great update, huh? Just very informative.
Yeah.
You feel like you feel like you know so much more now.
Yeah. No, I honestly feel like, because I have a Google alert for Iran, and I think that Google alert, just looking at the headline, is enough to follow this story, because it just says good, bad, and or they say if anybody's arrived in Vienna. But okay, let me move on to this other story, and you tell me if there's anything you can add, something interesting. So when I read this, I found it to be a very interesting story, a relatively big and relatively important story. So Syria's Assad visits UAE, first trip to Arab states since war began. So this happened on the 18th of March, last Friday. So just the first headline from Reuters. Syrian President Bashar al-Assad traveled to the UAE on Friday, his first visit to an Arab state since the Syrian war began in 2011. So all of the Arab states, underlining warming ties with a US allied country that once backed rebels who sought his ouster. So in the article, there's just one or two things that I found to be interesting. I mean, of course, the Americans weren't happy about it and all that. But the other thing is, which I hadn't realized, but the UAE had opened their embassy apparently in 2018 already in Syria, and others hadn't. So this story maybe has it goes a little bit further back. But yeah, do you have anything that you've read or interesting stuff to add? And yeah, do you agree that it is to me, it's like a big kind of move? Now, I don't know if it has any impacts, but just in terms of, a big ally of the US and everyone now changing its relationship, although like I said, it perhaps goes back a few years. And we've talked about how UAE kind of moved away from Saudi's position when it comes to Yemen. So when you put them all together, it's perhaps not that surprising, but yeah.
Well, look, I think first, UAE already had opened their embassy in 2018 before everybody else, and there was already some contact. Let's not forget, as maybe Kim, don't tell Kim Iversen about this, but there is a strong familiar relations between Bashar Assad, his wife, and all these royal families. They're all like cousins, or married to a cousin of their friend or something. Just don't tell anybody. My trigger is some kind of like, what the fuck, their family? How could you do this? But and Syria is like, for it's this whole Syrian war was very weird, because Syria was seen as a sort of a beacon of Arab nationalism for a long time and all that. But I think these are all really signify increasing, like as America retreats from the region and countries like Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar become more independent, they're trying to become more independent and playing different sides. I'm not sure how that's going to work out. A couple of people before in Middle East have tried to be independent. Mohammad Reza Shah, Jamal Abdel Nasser, Gaddafi. As soon as they tried a little bit of independence type things didn't turn out well. Within Gaddafi was.
You want independence? Okay.
All right, Jamal. Here's your independence, Jamal.
You'll be very independent in heaven.
You'll be independent with no power, and you will have a villa. So,
I'll make you independent and irrelevant. How about that?
Yes, like us. But so so it's, I think it's sort of that, because UAE, or even before Saudi Arabia, UAE was having its own military talks with Iran. In even in Yemeni war, they have a sort of a slightly independent policy from Saudi Arabia. So everybody is basically becoming a bit, they're just, trying their big clothes.
Yeah. And I mean, the UAE had even sent a foreign minister to Syria. But yeah, the fact that Assad, it's still, Assad came and visited both of them, the president and the vice president of
Assad
the country.
hasn't been, since the civil war,
Yeah.
Assad hasn't been anywhere but Iran and Russia.
Russia, exactly. So yeah, this was a big story that, I would have liked some more. But I mean, maybe it's just the natural culmination of this, and really the big story was how Assad lasted not easily, but I mean, he lasted. He's on the other side of it now.
Yes, far, barely,
yeah.
but yeah, he left. I would say, and I assume I know, like, Assad is not ever gonna have the regime with the connection between Syria and Iran is extremely deep at this point. So I think mostly they probably want, I think countries like UAE, especially, and Saudi Arabia, less so Qatar, are very worried about Turkey's increasing ambitions. So, and Syria is the best check for that. So considering Iraq is just, go on. Yeah.
True, that's true. But okay, all right. Let's move on from that story. I see we have a couple of other ones here: Afghanistan, North Korea. So I'll throw it back to
So
you.
Afghanistan, by the way, and I think this is kind of like, we never know, but who knows if those monies were not confiscated and there was some kind of a rapprochement with Taliban or whatever government is in Afghanistan calling themselves. But yeah, in Afghanistan, they are not going to allow girls above the age 11 to go to a school. So that's been decided. It was condemned by everybody, pretty much: Turkey, Iran, Arab world.
Yeah,
and it's, it's just really fucked up, but it's pretty important. So I thought I'd mention it. And
definitely. So they presented this as a policy for the whole country, and
it was a ministerial cabinet decision, I guess. That's that. Yeah, I mean, bunch of old men whose level of intelligence and education is barely above primary school children in most countries, and whose sense of a style is from medieval ages, are now deciding on the education and the dress code of other people. It's fucking pathetic. It's just it's medieval. I mean there's no other way of putting it, in a bad sense. Not, I know there is some with medieval no offense to medieval times, but Jesus Christ.
Hopefully this doesn't last, because I mean, this doesn't seem like a very sustainable policy even.
I mean, it's been sustained for a couple of thousands of years at least.
Yeah, but nowadays even more. I mean, and
I don't know, man. I'm not very, I don't want to get my hopes too high, but it's just, I mean, it's disappointing, but it's worth mentioning, I guess.
For sure.
Not very funny news, this one.
No.
Not like the Madeleine Albright articles.
And what about North Korea here?
So North Korea, that's an interesting one. They tested.
Really, I've never heard an interesting story about. But okay, go ahead. Maybe this will be the first one.
It's kind of it's not that surprising. Or they tested another bomb. They tested another intercontinental missile, biggest yet. But
how many? I thought they were. Okay, anyway. I don't get it. I can't keep up. I mean, there's an advancement every 6 months. Have they not plateaued, or they keep on making progress?
No, that's one place they made progress. But they did it, and Japan condemned it. The outgoing Korean, South Korean, president sort of condemned it and was very upset. And yeah, things are not looking good for East Asia. I'm guessing things gonna heat up there very soon. As soon as this whole Ukraine thing sort of I assume that's where the focus is gonna be for US and China, obviously. So and North Korea is. We'll see what's happening. But I think things are not looking too good for the unification of Korean Peninsula.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there are even any like. There hasn't even been like incy bit of progress towards that. I mean that's so far away. That's so unimaginable, really.
To be fair, the progress made during Trump years was very surprising.
Yeah.
It was like nobody saw that coming, that they're gonna go from like you're a fat idiot to like, okay, I love you.
Yeah.
Oh,
but
I couldn't sleep without thinking about you.
If anything, that was just more progress. I mean, I really don't know much about North Korea and South Korea, but if anything, that was more progress on US relations with North Korea in a sense, or perhaps in their case removing some sanctions. I mean, I'm guessing then there's a whole domestic context between South Korea and North Korea, and whether there have been any movements there, and like domestically what different politicians and groups of politicians in South Korea think, and unifying with North Korea.
Conservatives in South Korea are largely, it seems that because the population is extremely pro sort of demilitarization of the thing. So I think even they would go along with it. The main issue is mostly, I think, America. And I think.
I see.
Well, you're saying that those factors might play a role and stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, yeah, you're right that during Trump thing, there was like some movement, at least on an issue, or like, at least a different angle or perspective. But I just thought that, like, there were just many other layers that we haven't even reached. I thought this was just, on like the missiles and a few things like that and some sanctions. There will still be a long way to go for some kind of reunification, I would assume. I mean, with South Korea, yeah, I mean, you're saying, I mean, I don't even know, does it even make sense for the two countries to, I mean, because there's unification and there's also being friends. I mean, I don't even know.
No, they're not, it's not a country like the similarities is they're the same language. So I mean, again, they are cousins. They're cousins.
That is the concept. Never mind. Let's move on.
Keep forgetting about the cousin situation. They're cousins.
They're first cousins.
They're first cousins. No, they're even. It's more than that. They're all like pretty much brother. They're all called Kim. Everybody in Korea is called Kim. So. Family.
So then that's it.
So okay. I mean, and North Korea is really like North Korea. It's really funny. I think basically like two cities, like in terms of population and like level of urban development and all that. So I think it could easily be done if they.
Man, but that was a funny cousin example, though. I mean,
they are cousins. I swear.
If any two nations which are at war could be any closer, are probably these two.
These two are the closest cousin nations we have out there, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe Northern Macedonia and Greece, they are cousins too, probably. Yeah. But
okay,
so yeah, so I guess by the way, just to point out, they hadn't tested missiles since 2017. So this
really? They hadn't tested missiles since 2017.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess you can tell how much I follow North Korea stories.
So North Korea has confirmed that it tested a new powerful type of intercontinental ballistic missile, making an end to a self-imposed moratorium on long-range testing in place since 2017 and drawing international condemnation. So yeah, it's a new type of whatever. So it's somewhat a step backwards, let's say.
I guess. Okay. All right, let's move on. I mean, the only thing you brought up the whole cousin thing. I just reminded me of Kim Iversen heard about Southern Italians and Northern Italians.
Northern Italians really don't like their Southern.
Well, I mean, I think Southern,
yeah, both sides.
Yeah, exactly.
We both equally are not a big fan of
someone cousins. Should tell them. All right, Sam, let's move on to our last few stories. These ones, should be more fun, but let's
The
say you
best
never
ones.
know. We want to have fun right now, but then we might get into an argument over what is fun, what's the definition of fun, how people
Fun in the Western mode of thought, fun is different from Eastern.
But yeah, so the first one is, I mean, I don't even know what the news is. What happened again with the Hunter Biden laptop? What's like, why did it resurface?
New York Times like until now it wasn't, like, as Ryan Grimm points out in the very early on in the article, because there were already other people who had confirmed that they had, like, they were the recipient of the emails that were in the laptop. So pretty much it was confirmed for anybody with some level of sense. But now for the people who are liberals and Democratic Party supporters, their Pope, New York Times, came out and canonized the fact that yes, these laptops, it has been canonized, it has been approved by official authorities. Now we can say that yes, it is definitely was Hunter Biden's laptop. It was not a Russian hoax, as Joe Biden himself claimed. And many others, but Joe Biden himself should claim that. I mean, he's one person I give a pass to. Like, no, it's not my son's. I can't believe it. But yeah.
So Ryan Grimm and just Robbie. There was no Kim in this segment. They invited two Democrats. I wish they had Kim.
But
yeah, so these two Democrats really didn't. They weren't Democrat strategists. They're somehow related to Democrat. It said Democrat something special. Yeah,
democratic creature. That is, I feel like genuinely they have to be like these people, and that guy with the telling the truth to 5-year-olds, and the other one with the Holocaust is you don't know if it's about race or not.
But yeah, no, I think they were like related to Democratic Party, and maybe one of them was even a journalist, because I checked.
One of them
this
was
one didn't say Democrat strategy.
But these people, seriously,
they didn't even want to talk about the story, right? Like, I mean,
no, they didn't. They of course they didn't. They were much more interested in. I mean, look, it's so good. It was like. It was unbelievable. I can't believe these people exist. Like, I'm just sorry. I took extensive notes. I took more notes. I'm reading for our fucking series we are doing. I'm reading Hegel, and I'm not taking this much notes. Like, so the first one, the Shahi lady, Sarah Shahi or whatever her name is, she's saying that. Their first argument, their main argument is that two Republican senators, Chuck Grassley and the other one, have cleared Joe Biden of any wrongdoing on this issue. And this is like, we don't care. Like, this is like saying, the devil himself has cleared Hitler of any wrongdoing. It wasn't him. I'm sure it was. Like, who gave? Like, what they're talking about? They're all part of the same game. I know you think Republican and Democrat in your head is two opposing categories, but for most of us, all of them are part of the same gang, and it's called the Senate. Like, and Joe Biden was long time in it. And then she's like, you can't prove intentions. Because Ryan Grimm, that's why I wish Kim was there, because I genuinely feel they didn't push back. Robbie was a bit like more, but these people were just saying nonsense. And Ryan Grimm was basically saying, yes, we know for sure. Other people had confirmed, yes, but we don't know the intention. We don't know the intention. He said, my dad is a president. Okay, what was the intention of saying that other than showing off or saying, and by the way, she's like, yeah, presidents bring their sons to work. That's normal. Yeah. Is that normal? Did you? Yeah. I mean, even when I was very young, I would go sometimes to my dad's office, but that's not, I mean, if it's a shop.
Yeah, it's like, yes and no. I mean, just because Biden's the son, it doesn't mean like, yeah, exactly. What if he was like what if, there was a meeting between Biden and somebody else, and Hunter Biden is just sitting there, like it's not an excuse saying, oh yeah, that's his son. Or
he's not 5, or he's like 50.
Or even using, who cares about the money or stuff? Or even using the plane to go anywhere, like to catch a ride or something like that. These things technically are like, they're in most cases not allowed.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, I don't care about these. I'm sure these petty corruptions happen all the time. But the fact that she's so like, no, you can't. No, this is normal. No, don't. It's what are you talking about? Nonsense. And it's kind of. It reminded me of. I'm not a. When it went to Supreme Court to decide on campaign financing, they said unless you can't prove quid pro quo, it's not like corruption. And her argument was kind of like that, that unless you can basically have a written statement by Hunter Biden saying, I am doing this because I am corrupt and I am using my daddy's influence. Like, what do you want from us?
Yeah.
Like,
and then they did two things, but before I'm just going to mention them, but that's what I want to get to. One is that they turned about whataboutism, pointing out Trump, and that was the easiest thing. Like Ryan Grimm and Robbie Soft were like, we made so many stories denouncing everything that Trump did. And the other one was like, there are more important stories, so why don't we talk about them? And that's
what a story they bring up.
But that's really fun. So sorry, let's come back to that in 1 second. The other thing is, the more serious thing is, Robbie said, one of the big important things about this story was how this story was in like a very different and strange way, like completely not allowed to be shared on the internet. That's that made the story so much bigger. That's like half the story or more of this whole
for us, yeah. But it didn't make it bigger. It didn't really. Nobody know. Like even my parents and people nobody knows,
because they weren't aware of it.
Unless you're a political junkie.
Maybe more important, I should have said, not bigger, but maybe more important or consequential.
All right. Yeah.
But okay. Now that we had, they completely ignored that. That's as far as I know. That's the important thing. But then, so one thing was like their whataboutism. So that aside, the second one is that there are more important stories to cover. Well, you guys agreed to come here and talk about this. So even maybe you should say that yourself. Nobody forced you. But then she gives the example of this basketball player. Maybe you want to.
Who's been caught in Russia.
Here. Yeah.
And her family, let's not say her name, her family has asked because her family is right. As because in Russia, who's running the country? Politicians, just like in America, a bunch of opportunist assholes, just like everywhere else. And as soon as they can make something political, and these idiots, that idiot lady with her pink fucking sweater, not that anything is wrong with a pink sweater. I just wanted to clarify.
I mean, a sweater is a bit weird. I mean, I'm not really wearing a sweater. I don't think I've ever seen someone in a sweater giving the news. I mean, I should be careful not to wear a sweater one of these days. But I did realize, I was like, is she wearing a hoodie?
I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna come back to the whole there is a whole. I want to do a segment on the body language, but before that, they bring up this case that the family has asked to not become internationalized. Why? Because the character involved in that is a person from African American, so they can make it about race and they can make it about media doesn't care about media cares about this, and it's like, oh my god, it's like it was like that. That sort of rally that Crystal Ball and Katie Halper and everybody had. It was just so, everything they said was identity politics and our team versus your team. Our team. She kept, the pink sweater lady kept talking about, we have to keep this energy when they were with all the bad things they were doing, Russia involvement, which is not proven at all, with all his hotel stuff, with all, we have to keep the energy. What energy? We keep energy of lying also, we should become liars, or we, whoever we is. I mean, it's pathetic.
But the basketball one was so funny, so the point was why don't you cover this basketball story? It's a big story. And Ryan Grimm, you can say that's a big story that we cover, but this one was even better than this, because he pointed out, you said, how the family has asked, and then Ryan Grimm even adds is just because the family said it doesn't mean I'm going to listen to it, but I think here it makes sense from a journalistic point of view to kind of listen to them as well and not talk about this. That was a good one. That was a good one.
And you can always say that about, I think there is a fair point to be made why I do that. For example, I talked about how everything is about Ukraine now in the news. You can talk about how overall publications or why they are focusing on the news story. But if you want to go one by one, why aren't the Hill talking about the Ethiopian crisis? Why aren't they talking about the Indian Pakistani? Pakistani, I think they just Pakistani parliament said they're gonna do a sort of an impeachment vote on Imran Khan. Why is that not? If you do that, why is this not discussed? Why is that not discussed?
And sometimes it's fine. Sometimes it makes sense. Exactly. But in their case, showing up on a really segment of a show that covers a decent variety of stories, more or less, let's say, and you show up there and then you bring up the worst example possible.
But man, I can imagine if Kim was there, she would have ripped them apart. Like she almost killed the journalist about the lab leak. So she would have been like, what the hell?
No, but this was funny. But I guess, do you think they knew Ryan Grimm and Robbie Swab that they would be language. They would be on the opposite side, and those two were so in sync, like you're talking about the body, because she agreed 100%. The second lady who spoke, she agreed 100% with everything that the first person said.
Yeah, she said it was so funny because when the first lady was talking and the pink lady was first listening, and then after a while listening, she just started just going. It was like I've never seen in Bollywood movies. I see this kind of head shake, where she was like shaking the head, like in my tiny phone's screen, I could see the head go down and up, and like I just almost expected. Go sister.
Man, people should really watch The Hill, because
I think it's really funny. It's so funny. Please watch it. It's so much. Yeah, it's informative and fun. And then they played, like, the first lady talked, and Ryan Grimm and Robbie Swab were like, whatever. They didn't push back, but then they played that video of Trump and Biden debate, which was, oh my God, I miss Trump so much. He was so much fun. He was like, yeah, you're corrupt. Everybody's calling you corrupt. And then Joe Biden is like, nobody's calling me corrupt. No one has ever called me. It's like two old senile assholes just going at it. Russia, is that Russia too? Is it Russia, guys? It was the great segment. And then they come back, and then when Robbie says, well, Trump was right on this issue, man, look at the face of the lady that spoke first. She's like, oh my God, they said Trump was right about something. She feels almost like she's gonna puke or something. And then it's just there's that bit where they're like, he traveled with him, or he went to business meetings with him, and then the lady's like, he was his son, as if that's it's the whole thing is surreal. Please watch it.
No, people have to watch.
It's so funny.
Have to watch The Hill, and because you don't know where the drama can come. It can happen between the hosts, it can happen between two guests, or it can happen between the guests and the hosts. So there are a lot of different things.
Or the hosts and the public. It's like, no, I just can't believe these people are actually exist, and like, how do they like live? Do they wear pants or food? How do they like achieve food? And it's so good. It's so
Should we move on to somebody else who was equally funny? Or
also they need to like please include Kim in these things. Like this is ridiculous. Like you need Kim or somebody with a Katie Halper. Bring in somebody who's good at stuff like this. You don't want to. Yeah, this was they were too soft.
Yeah, except like halfway through, then they kind of
towards the end it got better. Yeah.
But okay, Sam, now you sent me this clip. I mean, this was hilarious. So I'll just set it up, then we'll watch the clip, like parts of it, because it is really funny. Well, I mean, it's funny because of the way he's like talking. So it's about Senator Booker's opening statement in Judge Jackson's Supreme Court confirmation hearings. So this is before that it starts. And, before we play everybody the clip, he's just beyond sucking up. I mean, I don't even know what it is that he's doing.
Let's just watch.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Judge, Your Honor, it's very good to see you. Forgive me, when you were in my office, you were focused on the hearings and a lot of the substance and had such great questions. I could not stop being just joyous that you were sitting in my office, and I couldn't stop bringing up to you the historical nature of this. Forgive me, I grew up in a small black church where I was taught to make a joyous noise unto the Lord. And this is not a normal day for America. We have never had this moment before. And I just want to talk about the joy. I know tomorrow in the coming hearings we're going to have tough, hard questions, but please let me just acknowledge the fact that this is not normal. It's never happened before. The Senate is poised right now to break another barrier. We are on the precipice of shattering another ceiling, another glass ceiling. It's a sign that we as a country are continuing to rise to our collective cherished highest ideals. I just feel this sense of overwhelming joy as I see you sitting there, as I see your family sitting behind you. You know, the greatness of America is that these imperfect geniuses at our founding founded a nation different than any before in human history. It wasn't because we all prayed the same or looked the same. They put forth in a constitution the best hopes for humanity. And the story of America, I think, is a testimony to this world of what diverse people can achieve. It's been said by so many of my colleagues about the fact that we have had 115 Supreme Court justices, and we shouldn't diminish the accomplishments of mostly these 108 white men. They were extraordinary patriots who helped shape this country. But now we are seeing, to the highest court in our land, a hopeful day like this. That so many of the people, so much of the rich talent of our nation who could not scarcely ever dream of sitting on the Supreme Court, now we are showing that we will indeed go deep into the waters of our nation and pull forth the best talent. Extraordinary legal talent comes from all backgrounds. I know that in our nation, for the 200 plus years of our history, there have been extraordinarily talented black people, men and women, Muslim men and women from the founding of our nation. We've seen extraordinary indigenous men and women, all who probably could have added to the greatness of our courts, but they were denied that opportunity. I believe we say these words, justice for all, but there are many of people who feel those words have been diminished by the lack of representation, the lack of avenues for talented people to ascend to our courts. But fortunately, thanks to the sacrifices of all Americans, people on both sides of the political aisle, we have begun to see more and more diverse Americans slowly get on to our federal courts. My family celebrated that. I was born in 1969, the year that President Johnson nominated Thurgood Marshall, the first African American to serve on the Supreme Court. It shook the wonderful foundations of our nations.
All right, Sam, now people have seen like segments and parts of it. I mean, listening to it again the second time, I don't know, I found it more confusing. I think the first time I found it more funny and like not confusing. I don't know, I have like really mixed feelings.
Especially
right now.
But it feels, I'm not sure, because of my theory regarding this, I'm not sure if I want to make fun of him, because I want to, and I will. But I have part of me is like, don't do it, Sam, don't do it. Because it does feel like he's having a mental breakdown in public. It does feel like, I don't know, don't you get that, especially towards the end, when he's almost breaking into tears and talking to the daughter of the person, like directly. It's just, he's breaking fourth wall.
I mean, you know, like, if I was nice and I would just interpret it in the nicest good faith way, but it's just not as, you know, it's not as, oh, you froze there for a second. I think, okay, you're back. It's just not as big and as impactful as, you know, it seemed like, you know, they just like reverse like slavery like laws, or, you know, like they just reverse like Jim Crow laws.
He's
like
so
you would
excited.
think something like that happened, but like he pointed all these examples every 10 to 20 or 30 years, you know, there's like, fine. I mean, it's of course good that she can become now and become a Supreme Court judge. It's just the more serious thing I can say right now is that the impact going forward will definitely not be for the vast majority of people, like, you know, that consequential as he made it out.
No, wait. First of all, who cares about that? Secondly, he starts with giving some historical context about the fact that, like, this country of his, America, was built by a great number of different people from different backgrounds who were not allowed to go to the Supreme Court or federal courts and stuff because of the color, blah, blah, blah. And included in this, he includes Muslims.
Did he say Muslim? I thought.
He says
no, I thought I
he
misheard.
said from the founding of these nations, blacks, whites, Muslims. He's like, really Muslim? What the fuck did we do? We've done a lot of shit, but this is not one of them.
That's just the thing, right? Like, now is whenever they say, like, they can't just say like African American, they say black, then they're really tempted of adding the term brown in there as well. Which
but
is
they
like,
don't want to do brown, so they go Muslim.
Yeah, which is like very confusing because the brown one, it's even unclear who you're referring to. Like, their history in the US
India,
has been
Middle East,
different. The impact has been different. The things that they've gone through have been different. So it's you know, it's not even accurate as a way of.
But I love it. He tried to bring us into the whole, you know, you are part of the founding. Like, I remember with George Washington, there was Abu Ahmed Abdullah fighting along George Washington against the British. What am I talking about? Nonsense. Like, I promise you, like, in 30, 40 years, they're going to include the Chinese. There were great communist members of the Chinese
party.
Right?
It was a bit contradictory, his whole thing as well, because this is a quote from him, wonderful foundations of our nation. And like the whole thing was about kind of how this nation, the US, doesn't have, you know, wonderful foundation because, you know, people like her weren't allowed to be part of the Supreme Court. So it was a bit contradictory what he was saying there too.
Yes.
But man, so is the part where he tells her that he can see his own ancestors through her, is this here or not? Because then I guess I have to go find the clip.
No, I think it was in the, this is 12 minutes. That's not the whole thing. It's longer.
I think during the actual hearing, he says that. I think during the actual hearing, that's where I'm going to have to find that because it's too funny.
All right. I'll try to. I mean, he loses it. My ancestors and your ancestors and our cousins' ancestors and our brothers, they all looking at us. And they're like, and then he does this. He's on Adderall. I think there's no, or Coke, maybe Coke. He's, you know, and then our ancestors are looking at us and they're like, oh my God, this is so fantastic. This is so good. And then he does this weird, like, are you happy? Is your daughter? And then this weird, like, monologue he has with the daughter. Your daughter, Lothar Ritter. I want to tell your daughter, it's possible. A few tough days ahead, but it's like, what is going on? He's having like a nervous breakdown. I mean, I know what's going on, but should I tell you?
I guess I haven't heard it, so I don't know how bad it is, so I can't counsel. So go ahead.
Okay. Do you know who he? Look, I knew. That's the thing. I mean, I'm a genius. I realized I'm a genius because I saw this and I was like, okay, I knew him, Brooker, because he used to date, guess who? Rosario Dawson.
Which is?
Google her. You know her from movies. She's super attractive lady from a lot of movies, including none come to mind. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
she
she's
was in
also
Fast and Furious or something.
Is she in iRobot or something? Hold on, what is a big thing? She was in Men in Black 2. Okay, yeah.
Oh, right, you're right, yeah. Anyway, and I was like, what the? Like, I saw this and I was like, okay, Rosario Dawson cannot be going out with this person. This is just, it's not like possible. This is not a possibility. We don't live in such a universe that such a hot lady would go out with such a dork. It's just not, it's not on the cards. And then I went and I found out, yes, in February 2022, they broke up. He's having a nervous breakdown. He's having a nervous breakdown. He can't discuss. Like, so in public, he says, oh, my ancestors are shining through. My dad was an Eagle Scout. Are you an Eagle Scout? Like, he's basically having a breakdown.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for him. Like, I can't imagine, like, can you imagine losing Rosario Dawson? That's like, you're like,
oh no, maybe he'll get somebody else. I mean, he was making the rounds a few years ago. Was he like the mayor of a city at first or something? Is that how he rose to prominence? I can't remember.
He was in Congress from, I think he's from Florida or something. He's from our favorite place. But he was, in the beginning, he was more natural, but then over time, I think I saw him on Bill Maher and shit. He increasingly adopted the serial killer, I don't blink. And I believe in all, we should, all the women, Muslims, blacks, whites, transsexuals, they should all be included in everything, and everything should be done. And I think he even flirted with endorsing Bernie Sanders at some point. He's a very much a
I was gonna say, like, I remember them kind of showing him, like, he's like, if it was him, like kind of the next Obama, this slightly lefty Democrat.
He never had the calm of Obama. He always had this sort of freaky vibe. I've never seen it in this level. Just completely, just mental. My dad was an eagle. Are you an eagle? Should we hang out?
We're the same age.
What is going on? Yeah, we are the same age. My dad went to the same university.
I know.
It's so weird. And the husband is sitting there as well. It's like, what's going on, man? Stop talking to my family. Like, addressing the daughter in the middle of a Senate hearing. What the fuck is congressional?
Yeah.
It was made my day. But he's definitely on something, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't be naturally. Maybe I don't know.
I don't know. But okay, let's move on to this other story. Now, this was really funny too, and I feel like there's more background to this that I'm aware, and I'll tell you why. So pretty much, okay, apparently Crystal and Saagar.
It was so funny, man.
Yeah. Well, let me set it up a bit. Apparently, Crystal and Saagar. This isn't new, but they started posting some clips of Kyle on their show, just like straight up the full clip. And some of their viewers in the comment section, you don't know what percentage of a significant part didn't seem to like it. And they're like, what the hell? Why are you including this and all that? And then the Vanguard commented on this, but they took it. I mean, Zach starts off with this like some tough love thing and then goes full out. I mean, to dissect why he thinks Kyle is not doing too well, which is pretty much that he's an old man who refuses to evolve. That was what he was saying. And he was a bit right on that. But although the way they were talking about Kyle's views, I thought Kyle's views, he was getting like 5,000 views now. But I went and checked. Yeah, he's still doing the 50, 60,000 views that he used to a year or so ago. But yeah, I mean, he is stuck. It definitely seems that he's stuck badly and he can't find a way out. And yeah, their assessment, and Kyle himself has said in the past, how he doesn't want to switch things around. And they were right. Like, he doesn't do any live stuff, doesn't want to interact with the audience, in the sense that others do. Like, look at Katie Halper and stuff. Colin was still a prototype, and they were like trying to jump on it. They didn't have an app for it, Android, and these guys are already making like 2 shows on it.
I'll do the beta version. Whatever, give it.
But man, Zach went all out, and he wasn't rambling. If you ask me, he wasn't ranting and rambling. I mean,
no, but I was just, it was funny because I had run out of shit to watch. As we discussed earlier, I had watched everything that was within my power this weekend and stuff. So I just put Vanguard on, and it was my nighttime, my cooking time, and I was just chilling out and doing some, and then it just started. And then what's the name of the guy who's the more like the main?
Oh yeah, Zach and I forgot. I'll get it for you.
Gavin. And he starts very normally that, they did that video, people commented and they didn't like. But then I feel the Zach guy, and Okay. Then I feel like the Zach guy just suddenly took it to a whole different, like it got so, yeah, I think this was not liked. And the reason is because he's an old man who refuses to evolve and do live stream. Kyle, you can do better. You can do interviews. Why are you doing? It just became suddenly super intense.
Like intervention.
And exactly, I was like, does Kyle get 5 views now? Nobody's watching Kyle. It was like, yeah, it was. But I must say the breaking point thing was really annoying. I mean, I'm not a subscriber to the channel, so I can't say it's really annoying, but I would imagine it would be if I'm a follower. I don't know though. Then if useful idiot suddenly brings in gray zone, would I be upset? I don't know.
I mean, the thing that they were saying is also that they're replaying the same clip. It's not like Kyle is doing something original.
That's true.
For their channel. Yeah. And man, this one thing I've realized, like, you know,
and the audience
as they say, like,
don't
think your audience for granted, because like, you know, people, yes, they become attached to you and they want to support you and stuff. But if your content, you know, starts losing quality and all this, you know, people have other things to watch.
But is his content losing quality? I think Zach at some point mentioned something, and I think that's it. Just the landscape change. Like I used to watch Kyle getting news, and now I can get it from The Hill or from Breaking Point or from, you know, Useful Idiots.
The competition just grew around him.
It's not that he didn't change. He didn't.
No, he didn't change at all, really. That's kind of a bit of his issue in a way.
So it's not like his quality was lowered or anything. So that's what I mean. Like, and
I mean, the quality didn't get lowered, but
the problem with him is that he's extremely niche commentator. And he's not, to be honest, he doesn't seem to have enough knowledge about the niche, which is American politics. He doesn't really have, and I think he admits that he doesn't have much expertise on foreign politics. And even in the American politics that he doesn't have enough authority in any sense. So, and he's not trying to be funny. He's trying to be we are hopefully trying to be funny or trying to be stupid, but he's trying to be serious. So, you know, that's just, I'm just saying, like, the competition grew. It's not he didn't do anything wrong or.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, the fact is, he didn't evolve in his politics. And, you know, it does feel like you're still listening to him from a few years ago. And I mean, we all do this. Like, you know, we all come and kind of repeat the same talking points or the same things. With him, though, it's, I don't know, because he's been on for so long and everything, they're all right. You can guess more than anybody else what he's going to say, the examples that he gives. Just like I've told you so many times, like the Coca-Cola thing, like Pepsi. Anytime third party comes up, that is kind of the thing that he says. So it's a bit of that. And he doesn't change. And I mean, this is very this is maybe not indicative much, but perhaps it is. I mean, he's the only person right now with that Tintin hairstyle. Like when in the 90s, it was very popular. I had it. I have not seen a single soul since like the early 2000s having that hairstyle, except Kyle. No one has the Tintin hairstyle anymore. I swear to God.
I remember growing up when we were growing up, it was all the rage. I used to, it was the.
I had it too. You cut here like this, and then you leave here. but now only Kyle has it.
He's got a very, very 90s generally taste, even his set, his brand. But then again, none of that matters, though. It's like he's a political commentator. I think it's just because, frankly, like, for example, if back in the days Matt Taibbi had a YouTube channel, I would have watched Matt Taibbi. He didn't. You know, that was the reality of it. Yeah. So I had to go to the closest sort of, you know, retail version. Which was Kyle. So I think that's the main. I don't know if he even went to lives, or I don't know if he would have, like, because for example, we just started. Yeah, we just started, and we don't do those type of stuff because we don't think it would fit in with our sort of personality a lot, or at least we haven't tried it too much. But so I don't know if that. And again, I think Breaking Point, that maybe had led to somewhat of a backlash, maybe because the Breaking Point audience is very different. And I think as they're looking for more like news than commentary, I think.
Yeah.
But at the same time, though, we don't know any of this. Comments mean nothing. Maybe he got a boost in his subscribers. Maybe he got a boost in his watch hour. Who knows? Maybe he actually benefited him. So we don't. We're not even basing on any. It's basically based on some shit talk on Twitter, on YouTube. But it was so funny, the level of intensity that, like, this serious level. Like, I never seen like Vanguard. There's such a like deep level of analysis, like breaking one by one. I have like the timeline is here, breakdown of the audience. Kyle, listen to me. I've thought about. I thought Zach is gonna become Kyle's agent by the end, basically. Like,
but I think there was a little bit more to it as well, because there's one point where Zach starts talking about, you've become just like the other YouTubers. Yeah, we admit that we watch other people's stuff and we commented, but so do you. So I don't know if
That's
somewhere true. Kyle has gone and like, kind of thrown a few jabs and been like, I don't know, like somewhere, because I haven't heard or seen it, where somewhere he went and said, all these new YouTube channels, all they do is comment on other people's work. I have a feeling he said that and they've heard that.
Yeah, I assume.
Because it kind of seemed like there was a bit of that there, which is also fair enough. That kind of pisses me off. That is true. I mean, we all do that, unless you do investigative journalism, you are commenting on other stuff that you find, I guess.
We do comedy.
Oh, yeah.
It's different. No, I know what you mean. It's all, but then again, but I guess Zach, I don't know if he said that, but if he has said that, if that's how he feels, I think Zach guy was completely right. He used to do that all the time. Like his whole show was commenting on Bill Maher and religious freaks that used to be back, and I used to love it, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's as bad or anything. So what can else? Yeah, I would love to just come here and talk about The Boys, but then nobody would watch our show. You have to like somehow try to bring in some people. So it, I don't think that's a very fair. Although I do think if you're just focusing on drama and not even the funny side of drama, like on actual, like, oh my God, what is gonna happen? That's really not good. But it's a little bit of it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. But yeah, anything else on this Vanguard, Kyle?
No, I would say, Kyle, I just was thinking of his dress code as well. He's so 90s. He's so weirdly.
No, it's
and
too
he's
funny.
Like food habits. He eats fast food, and what's that thing? Is still a stelzer? What is that?
Oh, yeah, how did that come up?
I've never been to US. He loves that. He says, they should sponsor me. He always drinks a stelzer.
Yeah, that's extremely new. And yeah, I think it's either like, I don't know. I think it's something like, you remember Smirnoff Ice or Bacardi?
It's alcoholic?
Is it not?
I thought it's, so. I don't know. To be honest, I thought it's an energy drink from what I thought.
No. I think it's like these new alcoholic beverages in cans that you see people in Europe. Also, it's not a thing, so I really don't know, but I believe that's it. Or someone will tell us.
But he's been going on about them for years, so maybe, I don't know if it's maybe I'm mispronouncing the name. Stelzer?
No, I think you're saying it.
Brian Stelter.
Shit, what happened to that guy?
Yeah, I keep watching. Is not too much funny stuff these days. I'm looking for the next adventures of Humpty Dumpty's great grandson, but all
right, Sam, let's wrap up this podcast with a few funny stories. So why don't you get us started?
So this is a hugely important story because personally I've been involved in a series of conflicts since I was 18, I believe, when I moved to a port city by the sea, coastal city, and since then I've been involved in this on and off conflict with these creatures which have just disgust me, and I hope they all just fuck off. So, Venice hotel arming guests with water guns to ward off seagulls. I love this Venice host. I'm gonna move there. Yes, good for you. Hotels in Venice, Italy, and I just wish it was real gun. Hotels in Venice and Italy announced guests are being armed against the city's aggressive seagulls with an unusual form of protection: water guns. The AVA, the Hoteliers Association for the City of Venice, said guests are being given orange water guns to ward off the city's seagulls, which are known to aggressively go after food and anything else they see as edible. They really work. Quote, they are also colored orange, which those birds don't like. I don't know how you found that out.
Yeah.
What is your favorite color? Paolo Lorenzoni, director of historic Gritty Hotel near the Grand Canal, told ANSA. He said the birds are already learning to avoid anyone brandishing a water. You don't even have to fire it, Cam. You just show it. You just go like that. So orange water gun and they
open carry. Open
carry. As soon as they see the pistol, they fly away, he said. You don't even need to use them. You just need to keep them on the table. The ADA said it. It's kind of very similar to how Italian mafia used to work. You don't need to use the gun. You just put it on the table when you do the racketeering. The AVA said it has been considering further measures to protect tourists from gulls, including the use of electrostatic and sound-based devices. I endorse I endorse all of this. I endorse using of Maxim machine guns against these assholes of the skies, these rats of the sky. I recall I got this burger, man, one of those burger stands. We had a campus university. I got a burger and I was so happy. I love those burgers. Like there's nothing like a street food. I love a street food. There's some dirt in it that makes it more delicious. And I had one bite. I felt the deliciousness of the food, and then the seagull took it from me.
You're joking.
And no, I swear to God, that happened to me. To this day, man, I am upset about this. Man, in the city I went, I remember I used to come back from like a club or from my friend's house late at night. And man, they were in the empty street. You would have one seagull in one top of the street and another seagull on the other side of the street. They were doing fucking, what do you call it? They were paroling. They were going and they would look at you and okay, all right, you can go. Fuck off, go home. Now it's like they were enforcing a curfew or some shit.
Yeah.
They are the most annoying, the most disgusting, they're scariest. They took besides the burger, another time they took food. Twice they've taken food from me. And I
don't find him that disgusting, but you are right. I mean, for instance, in Geneva, there are like a lot of ducks and geese and stuff, and I don't go near them because, they're dangerous.
Geese especially.
But
geese is real.
Last year, I think I told you the story, but you laughed. Like I was eating outside, and I had my food. I was trying to eat it, and these pigeons. They were literally all over me, and I'm not a person who's scared of pigeons, but I had to go inside. Like they were like all hovering me. So these bigger birds. But when I see like a big bird at my,
I hate birds in general. They're fucking dinosaurs, basically, and tiny dinosaurs. But I hate
and they
them.
can sometimes get a big one could snatch my dog.
Have you seen? I mean, you haven't for sure, but some people have. The Birds by Alfred Hitchcock. That's the whole, like the plot is birds basically have a goddamn revolution. They revolt. So it's very. I've seen. I saw that. Maybe that's the root of my hatred of birds.
But that reminds me of something else really funny. There's this episode
I've seen them eat each other as well. Cannibalistic motherfuckers. I saw them one time in a bin rubbish thingy, and one of them was pecking into.
Damn. But. Yeah, I actually saw the other one. This was kind of sad. There were these two pigeons, but one was hit by a car.
Oh.
The other one was just like standing around, looked like it was mourning it. So it was a bit sad. But this
was probably waiting to eat it.
Now that you said that. But this episode of Seinfeld where George accidentally kills two pigeons. And then he goes talking to Jerry. He's like, what happened? I thought we had a deal with the pigeons. They can poop and shit around anywhere you want. And in return, they get out of your way when you're driving. What's going on?
I don't remember that deal.
That's funny.
No, I was, So I'm not for cruelty against animals, but pigeons are not animals; they're monsters. So,
I'm sure that these birds they can handle a little bit of water being smashed, but like they seem like they were gonna go further. Don't like start like tasering them or things like that. Take it easy.
The whole World War camp. I mean, I would love it if Italy starts a whole war campaign against pigeons, because probably, as it is the case usually with Italy, they would lose the war, and the pigeons have taken over the Rome now.
Let's not get too crazy.
Let's not push it. All right, shall I move on to the next one?
Please keep the party rolling.
on the other news, there was all this is not, I don't know, it wasn't bad, but I thought so. I don't know where to start. A Chinese manufacturer makes 10,800 teacups, mugs, and plates to mark the Queen's 7th decade as monarch, only to discover a vital spelling mistake. Queen's 70-year reign gets the so as I'm sure you put up, it's her platinum jubilee, and they spelled jubilee on the Chinese products. J? Is that J or G? I always mix that up.
I don't have it in front of me, but I'm guessing.
The
if they messed up, they went with a G.
It's a J. It's J. No, it's Jubbly instead of. It should be with I and E. You know, ILEE. That's how it should. But yeah, they fucked that up, and they 10,800 products, that mugs, plates to mark the Queen's. So the inscription is fucked up, and they are really not usable. So I don't know what's gonna go.
Man, that's your biggest fear, working in communication or like any kind of like media or communication thing is, you know, one of these things, you mess it up and then it goes, you know, it can be a typo, it can be anything, a date.
Yeah, that I used to manage an Instagram page for a company, and I misspelled somebody. Like I used to put these Instagram posts with quote of people, and I misspelled the guy's name, and it was not good.
No, and some you can go back and edit, but
yeah,
some things you're screwed.
Yes. And so Wholesale Clearance UK, which sells unwanted stock in bulk, has picked up the collection. It comments on its website, "You will notice this is probably more at home on the shelf next to Peckham Spring Del Boy's bottled water, which glowed yellow." Oh, this is a reference to Only Fools and Horses, British TV show. So yeah, basically, yeah, lovely job, China. I hope you do a better job when you take over the world. I don't want to, like, you know, by some spelling mistake, they, you know, get rid of Iran instead of Iraq. I hope they do a better job.
Yeah, you know, but this broad, like this, that's just like my biggest fear anytime I worked.
Yeah,
communication and stuff. I mean, you know,
I never understand why people give us so much care about the spelling. But who gives a shit?
That's all people. I mean, yeah, that's all people care about, and people only point out bad stuff. I guess fair enough, right? Like, I mean, this Chinese manufacturer, I guess, got spellings right for like a decade or something. But then, you know, it's life, though. It's life, as they say.
This is okay. I understand.
And yeah, and people make that, and yeah. And you're right, though, even when it's like a small thing somewhere, the way they make a big deal out of it, and sometimes it can be rectified, right? Like digitally, often it can be rectified, but oh no, their name, or oh no, you're absolutely right.
I mean, yeah, that grammar. I mean, I teach English and stuff like that. I fucking like most English teachers. They're such grammarian idiots. Like they don't know shit about grammar, because grammar is basically bullshit. Like read Steven Pinker or Noam Chomsky or watch their video. It's largely just made up. But then, you know, it's like, who cares? And this, everybody talks about, I don't know if you've noticed this in writing, they talk about consistency. You should show consistency, and fuck off. I don't know.
Yeah, anyway, I mean, some of them can be, you know, of course, like there are limits to it, but yeah, it's definitely taken too far.
Yeah, of course, don't go just food like. So
yeah, and what's this last story about? This one I'm quite
this is
curious. I'm reading the headline right now.
I heard about this in Iran news, but then I finally found it. So Iran is hitting back against US following the assassination of Qasem Soleimani. CBS News: woman stabbed her date in Vegas hotel room as revenge for US killing Iranian military leader, police says. So this lady, who I'm sure you put the picture up, I think she's Iranian.
I don't want to she's scare away our viewers.
She's scaring the criminal picture, but there is other pictures of her. Okay. She's not actually bad looking, like, you know, typical Iranian.
This one picture scares the sham, but I guess
this is her. Pretty scary. Yeah,
this is her mugshot.
So Yeah, exactly. A woman stabbed her date, whom she had met online in retaliation for the 2020 death of an Iranian military leader killed in an American drone strike. Police said Nika Nikubian, 21, has been charged with attempted murder, battery with a deadly weapon, and burglary. CBS Las Vegas affiliated KLAS TV reported. Nikubian.
Yeah, I
Oh,
also wanted to say that because yeah.
that's her name, Nikubin. Oh. And the man met online on dating website. Henderson police wrote in an arrest report. The pair then agreed to meet at Sunset Station Hotel in Las Vegas on March 5th, renting a room together. While in the room, the pair began having sex with Nikubin, put a blindfold on the man, police said. Nikubin then turned off the lights, and several minutes later, the man felt a pain on the side of his neck. Nikubin reportedly stabbed the man in the neck for revenge against US troops for the killing of Qasem Soleimani in 2020. Okay, first of all, how did he survive? Like, how can you get stabbed in your neck and then go and call for police?
I mean, this girl is so deranged that, she probably...
Like, was stabbing it with a what? Like one of these...
It wasn't
like,
a good stabber, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's very good. But, by the way, who
did extremely deranged? What?
What? I mean, I'd like to know, nobody I could find out. Was the guy a military person? What was his, like, what did he do? It's not like he wasn't Trump. Trump ordered, go kill Trump. What are you doing? What random guy, like your...
Oh, but look, yeah. After the stabbing, the man pushed Nikubin off of him and ran out of the hotel room. Nikubin also ran a hotel room, telling a hotel employee that she had just stabbed the man.
She's crazy. I mean, there's no doubt she's crazy. And she's apparently she's gonna go through, like, they're gonna do psychological tests and stuff on her.
Yeah.
But guys, don't mess with Iran. We'll stab you. We'll try to have sex with you first. Blindfold you, and then somewhat ineffectively stab you. That's gonna be the response. Like, guys, don't mess with Iran.
I'm just curious, how long is she, like, born and raised in the States? And if so, like, why did she have such a close affiliation? What, why did this, like,
Qasem,
2 years later, she's still thinking about this? Even the Americans have moved on, I know, but...
so many American friends, ladies, apparently Qasem Soleimani was super hot. Apparently, like, everybody says he was super attractive and sexy and shit. I don't know how or why. I'm not...
Okay.
He's not my cup of tea, but then, to each his own. So I don't know. I think she was probably more like... He was good looking, military uniform. I don't know.
We're speculating. We're speculating.
Yeah, but I mean, come on. At this point, it's fair enough, I feel. Like, considering what she did.
Jesus.
Yeah, but... Yeah, my main point was that don't mess with Iran, because within 3 to 4 years, we will come seduce you and then try to stab you in your neck.
I know.
Somebody you don't know, like some random other person from vicinity of your area.
Sometime in the near future too. Like, it's like we've moved on quite a bit from this story, but not her.
No, she's very engaged.
Yeah.
So that was fun. That was good.
Wow.
But yeah.
Interesting. All right, nice stuff. I guess we've covered it all.
Oh, we did forget something though.
What?
We forgot the new Russian bomb on breaking points that goes very, very fast. Goes up to like 10 kilometers per like 2 hours.
But okay, all right, you brought it up. I mean, that story, there were two funny aspects to it. Fine. One was like, Saagar completely, like, messed up how fast this rocket go and stuff. And the other one was like the fear mongering in it. It was kind of like, like this one is not, like, the connection from that to them attacking Americans was like very fast suddenly. And that's kind of what people pointed out in the comment section as well.
I mean, yeah, but then again, that guy, Scott Ritter guy, was talking about that missile, and he was saying that missile is like he said they didn't need to show that missile because of Ukraine. They wanted to show that if NATO comes in, we'll be able to take them on or something. So
yeah, I would assume so. I mean, these are what these missiles and stuff are for, right?
Eyewitness.
Oh yeah. It's more like, of course anything can happen, but more like, how serious is this threat? Should we take it as people as serious? I mean, just the whole coverage was very like, they take the whole thing very seriously, I guess.
It's
Russia,
just
Ukraine,
breaking
which
for
they
its coverage
should,
of,
but
whole like the cyber attacks,
yeah.
the way they
Oh yeah, the
that,
cyber attacks, exactly.
that was like as if like. By the way, guys, just so everybody knows, every other government that has the ability is trying to have a cyber attack on any other government.
Yeah.
Like it's a given. Like, so don't be so surprised.
But the mistakes and the comment section for that video, if anybody wants to have some more fun, they should check that out. But okay, all right, nice. So please leave your comments, questions, criticisms, everything else down below. We'll make sure to get to them. If not, please like and subscribe, and we'll see you in our next video. Thank you.